plane's wing made contact with the fuselage of an arriving plane. Delta calling it a low-speed collision between two Canada Air regional jets operated by Endeavour Air. One flight attendant was hurt with a minor injury and transported to a local hospital as a precaution.
Fox's Chanley Painter. There are no more signs of life in the rubble of a school that collapsed in Indonesia Monday. The number of confirmed deaths, 5, is going to go way up.
Nearly 60 students remain unaccounted for, but rescuers say there's very little hope that any of them have survived. They spent the last 3 days slowly crawling through the rubble and managed to bring 5 boys out alive yesterday, but they'd been communicating with them for many hours. The students were mostly boys aged between 12 and 19.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
I used to stand in the paint aisle staring at all those products and wondering which one actually worked. I wasted so much money on things that didn't help. Then I tried Blue Stop, and let me tell you, it works. It soothes my sore joints and stiff muscles fast, absorbs quickly, and even smells great. Millions of people already trust Blue Stop, and now I do too. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. If you want real relief, choose Blue Stop and feel the difference. Blue Stop at Walmart today.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los. Until 10 here on Extra 106.3 on Thursday, a.k.a. Stripper Day.
Stripper Thursday.
Stripper Thursday.
So we've established.
That's right.
You can look at the weekend. You cannot touch it
Can't
yet.
reach it just yet.
It's a little too far away.
Right.
You're almost there, though.
That's right. And just like when you went to the long time ago, I'm sure you don't do it anymore.
No, you never do that anymore. You don't sin that way. You don't throw dollar bills at your weekend anymore.
No.
But at one point, you might have.
You knew you could look, but you couldn't touch.
That's what I appreciate. Now that I'm in that second wave of having friends of mine they're on to marriage number 2, you don't do this stuff anymore. It turns into like, hey, let's go to the casino.
Yeah. There we go. Let's go.
It's no longer, we got to go out to Tattletales. It's like, it's now just like, oh, hey, I'm getting married next weekend, so why don't we all go to like a baseball game together?
Yeah.
Like, okay, great.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Let's go to good old days and hang out for a few hours.
Let's go have a few
live band karaoke or something.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. I love the comparison. It makes perfect sense to me, and I hope it does to you too. And we're glad that you're here. It's day 2 of the shutdown. You got that going on, and it's funny, and we'll talk about it a little later in the show. That the Democrats have even lost the Washington Post. It's funny to
how do you lose the Post
when they lose the Post? That's when I knew and that this is just as awful as it can be. We all knew that it was as awful as we can be. But,
well, who wants to ride this bull that's going to gore you, right?
Yeah.
It's like, how long do you want to continue to play this game?
Yeah, that's right.
The entire structure of this fight was well established by the Republicans very early on when you were flat out told with a sombrero and a mustache, this is about money for illegals. And now there's a couple of other aspects. Obamacare is such a bad word that when the Democrats we're trying to shore up health care for millions. I noticed you didn't say Obamacare.
You left that out conveniently.
You kind of left that part out. So when you dig into it, and by last night, when the Republicans are actually taking the actual bill and posting, here's the wording in here.
Yep.
That's when you lost. That's the point where the news media once again got revealed that they are strictly cheerleaders of the Democrat Party.
The communications wing of the Democrat Party.
all they
without a
are.
doubt. So that obviously will be a big discussion today. And we'll break it down for you. We'll give it from all the perspectives that people are seeing. And in just a minute, we'll get to Bernie Sanders, who is he has a strong feeling about funding for illegal immigrants.
You know what's been the problem for me is that since the government shut down, I went to the post office yesterday. It was closed. None of the street lights are working. My kids can't go to school.
Yeah, right.
Like, this is really problematic.
It's terrible.
Okay, none of those
that.
things are actually happening.
And as a matter of fact, the Senate's going to be in session today because they're going to try to hammer this
the
thing out.
97% of the country that hasn't noticed is looking around going, who are you fools that are actually concerned about this?
Yeah, why are you worried about this? It's going to be just fine. Everything's going to be fine. Yesterday, I recorded with the Warrior Alliance, which is a great organization here after the show, and we got done, I don't know, about noon. About an hour prior to that, between the two shows that we recorded, I see it pop up on my phone, and it was a notification from our sister station, the Fan 680 93.7 FM, that Brian Snitker had stepped down from the role as manager of the Atlanta Braves. And let me tell you, it was shocking to me.
Really?
When I read it, yeah. It was.
I guess you've been asleep.
I guess so.
The plan has been he's year to year. And by the time they got to this point, it was he's going to step away. In fact, part of his press conference yesterday was that as they got into June and July, he already kind of knew. It's like, this is where it's going.
I just feel like there's probably some different things that took place, and we'll have to get into all that. But he had already said there's unfinished business. There's things we got to do, and I don't know. It just felt like there was more than him just stepping away.
Well, the man's near 70 years old.
No, I know.
Like, this is largely a young man's game. Most of these older managers are moving away from baseball, in part because you now have a structure in Major League Baseball where the front office largely leads all of this. Now, does that mean that they put the lineup together? No, the manager is still allowed to do that. But from an analytical end, everything is now top down. The manager is just a facilitator of whatever the strategy is. And so, good for Brian Snitker. He managed to handle that room, that clubhouse for 10 years. But this isn't like being the captain of the ship anymore. I think it's easier for these guys to move away.
Yeah, it's different than it used to be.
It's different than it used to be.
But 49 years for one organization. I mean, it's got to be tough. That doesn't happen in and of itself.
No,
ever.
To think that at one point he was the third base coach, he gets sent down to the minors, and you're like, okay, that's the end of that.
Yeah.
For him to make his way back to the big club, and then to end up being all right, listen, you've made a move. We're going to have you as the interim manager, and then we're going to go find somebody else. And to have a guy like Freddie Freeman be the one to step up, go to ownership, go to management, and say, that's our guy.
Yeah.
That's in part why you had 2021.
Yeah, that's right.
And I thought about this yesterday when he did decide to announce, hey, he's moving to an advisory role. How cool is it there was such a thing as never quit with Snit?
Yeah.
That team, no matter what they were down for like those 3 or 4 years, it's like, we're down 4 in the ninth. Well, they're going to come back.
That's right.
Because that's what they do.
What they do.
Yeah.
And that's what they did.
It's a fun run.
It was so much fun. And to see the players that showed up yesterday for the press conference, I mean, I thought that was great. It said so much about Brian Snitker. So hat tip to the captain, hat tip to the manager, and we'll see. So I guess the next question is, who's it going to be? And you hear Mark DeRosa, you hear David Ross, who was with the Braves when Snit was the third base coach, as you're talking about, and managed there for a little while for the Cubs, but he still has at least some sort of Braves connection. And then I hear Skip Schumacher's name thrown out. I mean, there's names galore. Do you have any?
No, I mean, it's the usual suspects.
Yeah,
it's the people that have been, just as you brought up. I think a lot of this comes down to, and this is the nature of what it is now, who is going to implement the plan from the general manager on down of how you're going to play the game. That's it. That's what a Major League Baseball manager is now. Your job is, are you going to use the statistical ammunition that we provide you to then operate the game? And by no means, don't ever go with your gut. That's why managing Major League Baseball, it's not special anymore. There's no personalities in the game. It's just
robo.
Here's what your team does. Yeah. Make sure you do it accordingly. So Snit's one of the last ones we're going to have run through here where you go,
he still has a soul.
Yeah.
the decision.
He's
making.
like, I'm the manager wants the lineup. Okay, you get the lineup. But at the same time, analytics will dictate how you put a lineup together.
Yeah. Goodness.
Remember Matt Olson when he got here?
Yeah.
He was a 2-hole hitter.
That's right.
It's like it took quite a while before it was like, wait, maybe we should take him and bat him fourth instead.
What do you think? Which, back in the day, that would have been a no-brainer. That Matt Olson would have been a 4-hole hitter. I mean, that would have just.
But your best hitter now bats second.
That's right. Yeah, just with the.
Or you do have the scenario where if you want to go hyper analytics, they bat first because
like Acuna.
They end up getting 17 extra at bats during a season.
Yeah.
So how much more do they produce with 17 extra at bats?
Yeah.
That's why Shohei Ohtani bats leadoff.
That's exactly right. Which you would have never
seen before.
Even 10 years ago, probably would have never seen that.
Yeah. Analytics rules the game. So it's just who's going to be the guy.
Yeah.
Your job in Major League Baseball is to manage 26 dudes and keep them from killing each other for 6 months.
Right.
That's your job.
Yeah. Yeah. Ain't that crazy?
You get caught up in I can't believe they went to so-and-so in the 7th. That's not the job anymore.
Yeah. Right.
That's already been determined.
Yeah. Which is hard to think of that they've taken any sort of instinct out of the game. Just
Just the nature of what it is now.
I know it is. That's why I think
this isn't Major League from 1989. It's like, you're going to Vaughn. I got a hunch. You don't play hunches anymore.
Right, but that's awful. That's terrible.
That's what it is.
I know, but it just kills you to think about it.
It's what does the book tell me to do here? That's what I'm going to do.
Gosh.
And maybe
soulless.
Yeah, well, the only other aspect of a manager at this point is you check in with your guys to know who's available. So when you're upset, hey, why didn't they put him in the game? Well, because he told the manager he can't go 3 straight days out of the bullpen. I mean, that's what you're managing at this point. And so the manager goes, all right, what do I have available? What does the book tell me to do? That's it.
Let me lay it all in there. Let's see how the cards fall.
That's the game.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts your soul. God bless Brian Snitker. What a good man. I think that's the thing that most people, if you've not spent any time with Brian, that you realize how good of a dude he is. Like, he is a guy that you want to be around. He's the type of guy that is, he's a family man. His wife, Ronnie, his daughter Erin, his son, Troy, who's made his own name in baseball as a hitting coach, and I think he played up at UNG, University of North Georgia. I remember when he was drafted. He got drafted. The Braves drafted him, and then they traded him to the Pirates. And then, he lasted a little while. I'm talking about Brian's son, Troy. He lasted a little while in the minors, and then now in the big leagues as a hitting coach.
I thought it was cool that he brought it up during the presser when they asked him about the World Series. And he talked about how him and his son were just looking at each other from across the way when they're playing the Astros.
Yeah.
Since, that was his son's role with that team.
Yeah, hitting coach.
That it's like, man, Dad's about to get a World Series.
That's
and
right.
he's looking over at his son kind of like, I'm about to get a World Series. It's kind of cool.
It's amazing. I love those stories. They're great. And one of those games, didn't they have Brian and Troy come out and exchange?
Yeah, they exchange lineups.
Covers? Yeah, which is so cool. And now he's got grandkids, and they're just a wonderful family. They really are. And I met Brian because he's a big country music fan. I met him through doing mornings over at 101.5, and I remember that he was probably the first person that was ever kind of, because he was the third base coach at the time, as you'd mentioned, of prominence, at least in my eyes, wearing the Braves jersey. He's like, listen, y'all, every morning going to work. And I was like, what?
I don't know anyone who has anything poor to say about him.
Ever. Dude, nobody.
So good for him.
Hank Aaron hired him, and now he's moving into a role similar to what Hank had.
Yeah, he's going into an advisory role, and as he pointed out, it's going to give him a lot of flexibility. As he said, he gets to kind of determine what his job's going to be.
Yeah, yeah.
Good for you.
Dude, that's when you've lived a good life right there when you end up in that position.
It only takes 50 years for you to kind of determine what your job's going to be.
That's right. Kyle, we got a little ways to go around here, but I want you to hear from Bernie Sanders. This will probably light you up. He said he would he'd vote no every time on the clear CR. Listen to this.
What's your response to Republicans like House Speaker Mike Johnson and others who say the subsidies don't expire until the end of December? We have time to negotiate on those and we could find some common ground.
Well, for a start, common ground, really. They have had months. And for the first time in modern history, they have not sat down. What has always happened is a majority. He talks about how 13 occasions they worked with the Democrats. It's true, because the Democrats in that case sat down with them. So what you need is a bipartisan solution. But these guys have said, it's my way or the highway. This is the way it's going to be. And that is kind of what Trumpism is about. That's that authoritarian tendency that we're seeing in America right now.
So are you telling me you're willing to vote no every time Leader Thiel?
Damn right.
Damn right. On the clear CR.
Until today.
Yeah, that's right. And then things are going to get bounced around for sure because
a lot of tough talk.
They're just taking a beating.
A lot of tough talk.
Yeah. And they'll continue. And their media, although I don't know if you saw Jake Tapper last night, he was kind of nailing people down.
He finally turned on that. Jake Tapper surprisingly is one of the first people that I guess maybe he finally got a chance to read through what this is. He finally got a chance to see the information. And I call this at this point, this is the Biden backlash. When the media suddenly gets the information now, some people will turn around and go, you played me for a fool for 4 years. And you tried to send me all these talking points of what the Republicans are trying to do. I'm going to now actually read through this information, this continuing resolution, the stuff that you added in here, and I'm now going to tell the American people what it is so that you can't play this game. For at least a good 6 or 7 hours yesterday morning, it was one Democrat after another telling you about what was not true about what the Republicans are saying. By the afternoon, it turns out everything the Republicans were telling you was true.
And it was so funny to see J.D. Vance go to the press room, the White House press room. He was like, Caroline, I don't come here to talk to these people. And just laid it all out. And it's exactly what Jake Tapper said, because he has Hakeem Jeffries on the set. And he said there's a provision. It shows that you're giving illegal aliens health care. That's a lie. That's what Hakeem Jeffries screams. He was like,
it's right here.
He was like, but it does bring back funding, for undocumented immigrants. This is Jake Tapper talking, a dude that I don't trust as far as I can see him. Dude, when you lost the Washington Post, which you brought up earlier and we'll get to later in the show, and you lose Jake Tapper, dude, you are taking just an incredible beating.
There's actually in here Section 71109, which is alien Medicaid eligibility. And it goes through, basically, here's how the government's going to fund health care for these people that are not supposed to be here.
And then you have the states. New York, Connecticut, North Carolina. There's so many states that have digital flyers that they're sending out to people and have been for years saying, this is health care, Medicare, for you, even if you're an illegal immigrant, even if you're an illegal alien in the United States. It's everywhere, Los.
They really actually tried using 3 sentences to try and sneak into this funding. Here's how we're going to go ahead and pay for these illegals. I mean, again, it's like 3 sentences. And yet the Democrats are like, oh, F, they caught us.
Red-handed again, as we always do. Next on Xtra 106.3, story time with Front Office Los. Get out your pens and your papers. You about to get a story time. You about to get an education that you haven't had since 10th grade. Next on Xtra.
The Morning Xtra, Neil Bortz, and The Kimmer Show are all online for you anytime at thepodcastpark.com. Plus all of Xtra's exclusive podcasts like Ben Burnett, Janelle King, and so much more. All at thepodcastpark.com. Presented by Associated Credit Union.
Morning, y'all. Okay, that's my best tug.
That's good.
That's not bad, right? I've been working on it. Hey, let's talk about True Prep. First off, 1000 Cobb Parkway in Marietta. True Prep is about one thing. be ready. All right, that's what it comes down to. Just be ready. Now, you might say, Los, what do you mean, like, just be ready? Well, be ready for anything, depending on what you're involved in. If you are somebody who likes to get out in the outdoors, they got a ton of equipment for you. If you're somebody who wants to make sure that if we have any crazy weather and you might get stuck in your house, well, they've got all the supplies you'll need to make sure that your family is well taken care of. Or, considering how crazy this world continues to be, if you want to make sure that when it comes to home defense or defense of yourself when you're out there, they've got equipment for that as well. In fact, you can always go over to their live used guns and gear page, and you'll see everything they have in their inventory. You'll also have their sales and clearance page over at truprep.com. That's truprep.com. You can see all of what they have currently going on, and also their workshops. It's not just about buying the equipment. It's also about training you to use the equipment properly. Go to truprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with TruPrep.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find familiar faces, local businesses, and exciting events like the 8th annual Paulding Pro Rodeo.
Hey, I'm Seth with Bice Rodeo Productions, partnering with Southern Rodeo Company, a family-owned local rodeo production company. Join us October 3rd and 4th for the Paulding Pro Rodeo, where you'll see bucking bulls, professional cowboys and cowgirls, as well as the world-famous rodeo clown Dusty Myers. Also, we are proud to be sanctioned through the PCA. This is also our first year for the Cow Kids Rodeo Fun Day. This is a separate event for kids with special needs and their families from the community. For more information, go to southernrodeocompany.com. We can't wait to see you there.
Friends, get your tickets now at rodeoticket.com. You definitely don't want to miss this. And remember, our town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Fall is in the air, and Central Heating and Air Conditioning is making it the perfect time to upgrade your comfort. For a limited time, you get up to $2,100 in rebates and 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. That's right, savings up front and no interest for 5 whole years. A brand new carrier system from Central delivers dependability, efficiency, and comfort every family deserves. Central Heating and Air Conditioning have set the standard in heating and cooling for over 3 generations. And now's your chance to bring that comfort home with the best savings of the season. These dual incentives don't come around often, so act now. Call 770-GET-HEAT today. That's 770-GET-HEAT. Or visit centralheat.com, centralheat.com. Upgrade your comfort, lock in your savings, and turn to your Atlanta carrier experts. Central Heating and Air Conditioning.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
The more we find out about how insurance companies do business, we realize you can't really trust them. 9 out of 10, their number one priority is not you. 9 out of 10 times it's a commission check. And Medicare? Uncle Sam has made it so complicated that millions of seniors are on the wrong plan for their needs. Chapter is the only Medicare advisor that I would trust. They help people cut through all of the red tape and save thousands of dollars. Here's how Chapter is different. They're the only Medicare advisor that compares every plan nationwide and recommends the one that is best for you. That's how they've saved people an average of $1,100 every year, and sometimes way more. In fact, Tamara and Dean, who are members of this audience, are saving almost $3,000 a year because they heard about Chapter on this program. So whether you're on Medicare or soon will be, give them a call. If you're already on the right plan, they'll tell you. If not, they'll help you switch. It's easy and completely free. They can review your options in under 20 minutes. Dial pound 250, say Chapter today. Get peace of mind. That's pound 250, say Chapter.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. A Cobb County woman has been arrested for setting fire to a church in Austell. Aries Jordan is charged with arson and terroristic threats. Police say she intentionally set fire to the Prayer City Eagles Chapel on Monday night, causing about $4 million in damage. She's also accused of sending threatening messages to the pastor of the church. Cobb County students once again posted the highest SAT scores in Metro Atlanta with an average of 1,116 out of 1,600. The district improved by 11 points over last year and outperformed Atlanta, DeKalb, Fulton, and Marietta City schools. Top schools included Walton at 1260 and Lassiter at 1206, both ranking among the best in the state. And Town Center Community Improvement District Director Tracy Stiff has been named 2025 Citizen of the Year by the Smyrna Area Council. Stiff has secured over $130 million in grants for projects like the Skip Span Connector and Noonday Creek Trail. Her portfolio now includes 15 active projects focusing on transportation, public spaces, and regional connectivity. Today's weather clear and sunny with highs in the mid-70s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Lowe said he put more effort and more work into this story time than any in recent memory, right? I mean, you're digging up notes, and
this was a couple hours worth of fun stuff.
Yeah. So let's get to it. Get your pen, your paper, or however you take notes out, and get ready to learn.
Settle in and get comfortable, folks. It's story time with Uncle Los.
Oh, yes. Thank you to Jure. Thank you to Tug.
You betcha.
And America. And your business name right here eventually. This
Come on.
Prime Real Estate.
404-741-1230 will get you connected with the right people to sponsor story time.
So I want to tell you about a story that really is about righteous violence and what the left is practicing right now. When they're in the streets, when they're getting on top of buildings, when they're shooting at Charlie Kirk or shooting at ICE, this is their righteous violence. But I want to go back. We're going to start off with this really where they're grabbing energy from. I'm going to take you all the way back to 1800. Connecticut. 1800.
Connecticut.
Where there was a young man born to a very religious family. We're talking like it wasn't just about a little bit of Bible study. We're talking like detailed Bible study. And we'll call this man for now, like his rap name, Young John.
I love it.
All right. And so Y-U-N-G, Young John. All right. You got a little John, you got a Young John. And so this man grew up in this very religious family where his parents, because of their adherence to the Bible, they looked at all life as being precious, as being given by God, all men and women. Naturally, the family also detested slavery of the era. That was part of the upbringing. And so Young John, he was looking to actually join the ministry. As he was a young man, 16, 17, 18, he moves off to go and study. Now, here was the interesting part about him. This man had an encyclopedic knowledge of the Bible, backwards and forwards, had it completely memorized, knew it from the time he was young. He could go into any part of the Bible and quote it without an issue. But here was the problem. He had like some form of like a dyslexia. And so study was like really problematic. And so he ended up not being able to get through ministry. He was not able to get through the schooling end of it.
You mean there was a standard?
There was a standard. Imagine that was going on.
Surprising.
So, not rapper, Young John, ended up growing up into a man, and he had various professions. He worked with animal skins. He was like a tanner. He worked with wool, and he actually got married 2 different times. Now, we're talking about like death in the family. This is, again, the 1800s. It's like 1825 at this point. And the man ended up having 20 kids. Now, not all of them survived, but he was prolific.
Son, he'd been listening to Charlie Kirk.
In what he was doing. He was like, hey, we're getting after this. And there was something else about them. Because of his strong faith and what he taught them, they all hated slavery too. So he was known, no matter where he lived around the country, he would live amongst free slaves. And he would refer to them as Mr. and Mrs., especially when he had other white people in his company. It was his form of obviously showing respect. This was a guy who did not care for what was going on. But as he grew older, this is where the activism started. It wasn't just about, I have my faith, I looked like I was going to join the ministry, now I'm becoming more of an activist. He would end up meeting key people within the abolitionist movement. Again, this is rapper Young John, not a rapper. And so what was so different about the abolitionist movement at that time is that as the Whig Party was disappearing and the Republican Party was taking on steam, even their primary people within the party, like, for instance, Abraham Lincoln. You can go back to the Lincoln-Douglas debates. He's not talking about the end of slavery in terms of we need to force this to happen around the country. He's talking about it until America will end up finding its greatness. It'll be about slavery will fade away. Like, it'll just go away from society. Now, the Northern Democrats, they kind of argued on the fact that, well, we'll see what happens. The Southern Democrats were like, hell no. This is part of our way of life. This is how we're going to live this way. Well, young John, he ended up meeting somebody and ended up working with him. It's Harriet Tubman. Started working on the Underground Railroad. He also befriended Frederick Douglass. And they would talk about how slavery would eventually come to an end in America. But, again, distinctly different from the abolitionist movement. Young John believed it was going to have to be through violence. Lots and lots of violence. So let's fast forward now. 1854. Young John's now 54 years old. And in the United States, what we have going on is a contested issue. Free states and slave states and how they're entering into the Union. And what was happening is Congress was constantly having to basically compromise on how this was going to work because they didn't want to have an unbalance of power. You didn't want too many slave states. You didn't want too many free states because the idea was they'll both go at each other. And not that it'll end in civil war, but what happens when you don't have enough representation? Suddenly the other side starts to bully you. Well, here's how this ends up playing out. You end up with Bleeding Kansas. Now, that's something you might remember from your history books way back in the day. What it was during the Kansas-Nebraska Act. And Kansas, as a state, was basically left up to, well, let's see who moves there. They can vote whether they want it to be a free state or a slave state. This was a problem. Now, if you can imagine, we're talking about activism, and we're talking about what people will do to this very day. Well, during that time period, people moved into the state, including young John, who I will now tell you is John Brown. All right? John Brown took his family into that state. So when slavers, that's what they were known as in Kansas, attacked a free settlement in Lawrence, John Brown, now, this was attributed to him and attributed to his sons, and they never had this pinned on them, but it was believed, here's what happened. In retaliation for that attack, people that were rumored to have been part of it, John Brown and his sons dragged them from their home and butchered them to death. They hacked them apart. So this ends up being now where John Brown is no longer the abolitionist. I mean, he is in name. He's no longer the guy who's advocating for the end of slavery. He's now a terrorist for the end of slavery. That's who he is. Now, 200 people would end up being killed in Bleeding Kansas. So this would keep going back and forth. So I then want to fast forward you to 1859. The country is on the brink of civil war. We are coming up on the upcoming election. You have the Northern Democrats, you have the Southern Democrats, and you have the Republicans. And the belief is if Abraham Lincoln is going to end up being president, you're going to have mayhem go on. Well, John Brown, he made the decision. Terrorist violence, can he create a slave revolt? Will that end slavery in the United States before we get to this point, before we hit civil war? And he had actually met with Frederick Douglass to talk about it. And Douglass told him flat out, don't do this. Your plan that you have, do not carry out this plan of attack. Didn't matter. John Brown was fully committed to it. And what did he do? He took a small force to the U.S. Armory at Harper's Ferry in Virginia. And the plan was, we're going to take over the armory. Harriet Tubman is going to alert the local slaves. They'll descend on the armory. We will then have a slave revolt. And this is what's going to kick off everything. This is what's going to end slavery. We're going to have it's going to be a big fight. You'll have the slaves that'll go at all of the slave masters in the area and all the plantations. And this is going to kick it off. This is how we're going to end slavery in the United States. One big problem, Harriet Tubman was sick. Never got the word out to anybody. She was bedridden at the time. So what happens? John Brown, his forces, which was not a lot, it was like 11 guys, 12 guys. They end up taking over the armory. And then you had the Federals roll in that happened to be led by Robert E. Lee. And they went ahead and took back the armory. Now, here's how we kind of wrap up this story time. So John Brown, basically, he ends up being tried for an insurrection, right? And so what happens, though, is he's basically representing himself. He speaks in front of the media. He speaks in front of the country as he's on trial. And people go, man, this guy's, he like has an encyclopedic knowledge of the Bible. And he's talking about how it is our responsibility to get rid of the fact that in God's eyes, we're all created equal. Yet this is not what's happening in this country. Now, keep in mind, this is a guy who butchered people to death in this country. Like, he was a terrorist. That's what it turned into. In fact, people used to be afraid at night that old John Brown would show up at their plantation. Like, that was part of the fear of what was going on. Well, here's the deal. And this will get ready to play this one piece of audio for you. So he was hung after the attack on Harper's Ferry. When word ended up spreading of the attack, you had soldiers that started mocking John Brown. There was a song known as John Brown's Body. It was a marching song. It was meant to mock the guy who actually thought he could change the United States through violence and through an insurrection. Here's what the song is, by the way. There was a woman named Julie Ward who heard this as they were mocking John Brown and rewrote it to become the battle hymn of the Republic. Glory, glory, hallelujah. The original, all this, is mocking John Brown.
Wow. Battle hymn of the Republic. It's sweet. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
A song that was created to mock the guy who thought he could start this big fight and that he could end slavery through violence. Again, through violence, through terrorist violence. Ends up having the song rewritten to stop from mocking him to become the battle hymn of the Republic. Now, here's what I need to point out as we get to our close. So Abraham Lincoln would win the election. The Civil War is now on. What John Brown advocated for actually happened. 4 years of carnage, death, and violence that our country had never seen before. Now, why does that all matter to today? Like, why go through that entire story and tell you the story of John Brown and the battle hymn of the Republic? Because he felt his violence, albeit as brutal and ugly and disastrous as it could be, was justified. And what you now have, Tug, you brought it up, John Brown Gun Club. You have all of these organizations currently on the left that feel that the righteous violence is necessary against this country. That if you really want to change us away from Trump and fascism and conservative, just as John Brown did, you have these people that feel compelled to take up arms like they've been called upon to do so. John Brown did it because he felt he had a biblical responsibility to Jesus, his God, his maker, to do this. This is the same fervor that the left currently has. And the fact that they're using John Brown's name, a guy who was willing to do this to try to end slavery, albeit again, terrorist acts. It's what he did. It's ugly. It's brutal. He killed people. All right, like he butchered them and shot them because it was all in the interest of we have to take the abolitionist movement and we got to kick it into overdrive. And he was right. And it turned into what it turned into, which ultimately was civil war. This is where the left is going with all of this. This is why they're talking about John Brown. This is why you wonder, why do these people keep shooting up these places? What is this? Where's this energy coming from?
Righteous violence.
Righteous violence. They have built it into the only way to deal with the fascists.
The fascists, yeah.
So when they call you fascist or Nazi, I know it's water off a duck's back. That is a signal to these John Brown wannabes. You got to make a move on these people. You got to intimidate them because we don't have power. The left doesn't have any power right now. So what do they have? Violence. And so when they use John Brown's name, that's where it comes from. That's the origins of it, and that's what they're trying to turn into their own, as if this society currently is as ugly as what we were dealing with during the 1850s, and it needs an 1860s type of cleansing. That's story time.
John Brown Gun Club, leftist gun club originally based in Kansas. This is the organization that was paired with the armed queers of SLC, the ones that were passing out flyers at Charlie Kirk's death.
Righteous violence is the way they look at it.
So when they call you fascist, when they call you Nazi, just like Los is saying, when the politicians pour the gas on the fire, it is intentional. It is with intent. Incredible story time. If you missed any of it or would like to reference it, it'll be available on the Extra 106.3 app. Los knocked it out of the park again. Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. When we come back, meritocracy is making a major comeback, so you better be able to explain what it is you do exactly. Next on the Morning Extra, 6 o'clock hours brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, August 2nd. The Major League Baseball playoffs continue today with some elimination games. Cleveland hosts Detroit this afternoon in a do-or-die game. That will start at 3 o'clock. Then later on, the same goes to the Chicago Cubs. They host the San Diego Padres. Loser goes home. First pitch is set for 5 o'clock, and the New York Yankees host the Boston Red Sox. That game will decide whose season comes to an end. That game will start at 8 p.m. As for the LA Dodgers, they eliminated the Cincinnati Reds last night, 8-4 the final. The Dodgers will now face the Philadelphia Phillies starting on Saturday. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
So if you're thinking about doing some work on the house, right? This is your biggest investment. It's the most important thing that you have in your life. I mean, this is where all the value, like where you'll be able to retire and all those things, that's in your house. You wouldn't buy a luxury car and put on like cheap tires. So why settle for anything less than the best siding for your home? If you're in the market to put new siding up, they install only the best siding. That's James Hardy Siding, and they install it right at Southern Exteriors. They are elite certified, which means they follow every nail, seam, and panel to Hardy's exact specs. That's why your siding qualifies for their full 30-year warranty, because even the number one brand of siding can warp, crack, leak if it's installed wrong. That's why you get Southern Exteriors. They'll make sure it's right. Your siding will stay strong, stunning, and withstand the Atlanta weather from the crazy rains that we get. And I don't know if you noticed this morning, it's chilly outside. That and the just brutal sun that we face in the summer. They'll take care of it. Trust Hardy, just like Hardy trusts Southern Exteriors. I do too. You should as well. 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. It's southernexteriors.co.
Ever dreamed of taking batting practice like a big leaguer? Now's your chance to swing for the fences right on the field at Truist Park, just like your favorite Braves players. Grab your crew and enjoy 45 unforgettable minutes of on-field action. Whether you're a diehard fan or just looking for a legendary experience, this is your moment to shine. Visit Braves.com/FanBP to see more details and to purchase this experience starting October 2nd through the 18th. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves country.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
It's October 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Name Your Car Day. Remember the Disney movie Herbie the Love Bug. Also on this day in 1985, Hollywood icon Rock Hudson became the first major U.S. celebrity to die of complications from AIDS. His death raised public awareness about the epidemic. Also on this day in 1967, Thurgood Marshall sworn in as the first black Supreme Court justice. He spent 24 years on the bench challenging discrimination based on race or sex, opposed the death penalty, and vehemently defended affirmative action. Born on this day in 1951, Gordon Matthew Thomas Sumner. also known as Sting, the lead singer of the English rock group The Police. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A 10-year-old from Missouri who found a wedding ring in a parking lot and what he did next makes today's Dean's List. Cal Blank was visiting a Costco with his family and spotted something shiny on the asphalt. He picked it up and realized it was a ring, so he put it into his pocket. As it turns out, it belonged to a woman named May who lost it while she was returning a shopping cart. The loss was devastating as it had been on her finger for nearly 50 years. May and her husband looked everywhere but couldn't find it. Meanwhile, Cal's dad called Costco and confirmed that someone had reported a missing ring. Cal knew he wanted to do something special before returning it, so he polished the ring and put it in a small box his mom had saved from a trip to Ireland. He also wrote in a note that said, "I kind of wanted to keep this since it was pretty and shiny. I hope you relax now that you have your ring back." Both families arranged to meet in person, and May hugged Cal, telling him how special he was. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Need a break from all the political talk? Tune into Holy Crap It's Sports with Pete Davis every weekday at 5:20 on The Kimmer Show. It's your daily dose of what's hot in the sports world, from the field to the locker room, with Pete's unfiltered opinion and a side of laughs. It's smart, it's funny, it's sports with edge. Holy Crap It's Sports. Catch it at 5:15 only on The Kimmer Show on Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here, being up early with us. If you got to be up early anyway, might as well be hanging out with us. And we're grateful for you doing that. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms.
We're like a version of caffeine for you.
That's right.
Just trying to get you going a little bit.
Yeah, we're like a friendly cup of coffee.
Exactly. But like your buddy.
Yeah, that's right.
Not your wife, because sometimes I can...
Yeah, you're right.
You're problematic.
Yeah, right.
Coffee with a buddy.
But that's the thing. I feel like it's good for you to have separate time. Like, Laura and I have been married for 24 years. I know y'all been married 20?
I'll be 20 this upcoming year.
I know it's coming up really soon. My wife's my best friend, but it's good. I think it's great for her to go out and do things with her girlfriends. And then it's good for the boys to go kick it at, good old days or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
Go do your thing.
Yeah, man. Have some time apart. It's good. It's good and healthy, I think.
It's going to be a problem for any of you out there.
Yeah,
or tattletales.
The boys go to tattletales.
It is going to be a little bit of a problem, though, that and maybe it's you ladies, when your man discovers this show, and now he's bothering you about it, like suddenly it's his show.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you listen to my show? You'll be like, I was there first.
Yeah, we're the garage band that you argue with your friends.
That's
no,
right.
I saw them when they were playing at, not the Tabernacle, when they were playing at the Masquerade.
That's right.
I saw him first.
I knew him first. That used to be a thing, though. I remember being in high school, that was a thing.
Dude, I had a friend that as soon as a band got popular, he was out. He was just like, no, they sold out. Blah, blah. It's like,
of course.
Dude, that music's still there.
Yeah.
I don't care if you don't like their new stuff. The band's still good.
Yeah,
And be
it's still
happy
good.
for people's success.
Totally. What a bunch of that's a BS point of view right there. It's like Democrats, man. They always got BS points of views, Los.
That's what's going on. All right, so I really enjoyed this. This was as of about 48 hours ago, and this is Senator Josh Hawley. So they're having one of those committees where they're trying to get down to, hey, where'd you spend this money? All right, like this happens in D.C. all the time.
Right.
And most of the time, it doesn't create a viral moment. Now, granted, there are senators, there are congressmen and women that look to create the viral moment. Most of the time, I don't think it works. This one, though, good Lord. So this is Gregory Jackson Jr. And you might say, okay, well, what is his...
who is this?
What is he doing?
This fella.
So the Biden administration put him in charge of what we have to do is we have to take our taxpayer money and we need to rethink how we're doing law enforcement. Okay, like this was the person that they headed this up.
Yes.
Now, Gregory Jackson Jr., I will just tell you this. If there was ever a moment where you thought to yourself, oh my God, how do I get out of this situation and explain something that I didn't either do or I can't explain? Like, everybody uses certain buzzwords, right?
Sure.
Like, you just do it so you're like, okay, I checked off that box. Apparently, Mr. Jackson tried to check off a box, and Senator Hawley torched him.
Comprehensive approach is defunding the police, which is what this says the entire time. This is so typical of what the Democrats do now. After your policies have transparently failed and led to the deaths of millions of Americans, now you say you've never heard of defunding the police. Your own report recommends it on page after page after page. Let me ask about something else you say. Here's what you say we ought to invest in. Instead of funding the police, here's what we ought to invest in. We need to invest in programs that acknowledge the need for safe space initiatives led by lesbian, gay, bisexual, two-spirit, trans, and gender nonconforming people. Huh? What's two-spirit?
Well, look, I don't know exactly. You guys are pulling some interesting quotes.
This is from your report.
If you look at the report, the focus is on investing in violence intervention, outreach workers.
Why does you say that you shouldn't invest in the police, but we ought to invest in two-spirit community programs that acknowledge two-spirit
individuals? We are not going to discriminate
what is that?
We're not going to discriminate against any nonprofit that
what
wants
is
to
a
help us
two-spirit?
prevent violence in
What
our
is
community.
two-spirit? You say don't fund the police, but do fund programs that create safe spaces for two-spirit people. What is? I just want to know. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is.
Well, I honestly, I'm not
I have no idea.
Completely aware of the language or the
You wrote
spirit
the
of how that was
report?
wr't. But what I'm telling you is that what is
a
advocate for-
two-spirit individual? I mean, really, this is your policymaker's playbook. You are the witness called by the Democrats on this committee, so I assume you reflect their views. Well, you don't want to fund the police. You want to fund safe spaces for two-spirit individuals. What is a two-spirit person?
I feel like I'm looking at a two-faced individual because you talk about reducing
Oh, no, sir.
violence.
You're looking at somebody who's
You're also
reading you your
speaking out
own
against
words, and I'd like to hear an
violence
answer.
programs.
Here's the answer. The answer is you don't have any solutions. You want to invest in gobbledygook and take away money from police officers who actually keep our communities safe, and when you're called on the record, you deny it.
Nice work, Josh Hawley.
That's my favorite part. Well, I feel like I'm looking at a two-face. Really? Like, that's your response to not being able to explain
what two-spirit means?
A two-spirit individual.
Oh, well, I don't know.
That's one of those AI ones for me.
Dude, it has to be.
Please explain to me what a two-spirit individual is.
You may have to go to Grok.
Two-spirit is an umbrella term from indigenous North American cultures for individuals who embody both masculine and feminine spirits, often holding a unique spiritual, social, and sexual status outside the Western male-female binary.
Is that not just checking off another box that just might as well say crazy?
That was summarized so well by Josh Hawley when he said, that sounds like gobbledygook. Dude, that's a technical term.
I mean, here's your choices. You can choose to fund a safe space for a two-spirit individual, which you will have to get out the encyclopedia or AI in order to define, or you can give it to your local police.
I got to tell you, man, I'm just going with the regular old police. I mean, call me old-fashioned.
Doesn't funding the police provide a safe space for everybody?
It's a really good point.
Yeah. You would imagine, but after 2020...
Yeah, right. All the rules
are out the window.
Yeah, and all you have to do is listen to that guy. What was his name again?
Gregory Jackson Jr. By the way, that man actually holds a position and will probably continue to hold positions that he can't explain.
I don't know how
it's
long.
It's a BS job.
Yeah, I don't know how. He's going to be one of those that now that the shutdown is going on into day 2, and Trump has already said, you realize that we are going to pick who is furloughed and we ain't bringing them back, and it ain't reversible. I have a feeling Gregory's going to be out of work. He's going to have to put his resume together on careerbuilder.com or something and find him a new gig because he's going to be out. There's not a chance that dude has a job after this the shutdown is over.
I mean, he's listed, if you go to LinkedIn, as an expert in gun violence prevention.
But he's not an expert in two-spirit.
No, apparently not. Not in his own report.
That's right.
Couldn't explain it.
He was like, man, I'm just pointing. I've just read through this thing. This is what I see. Can you help me understand it?
He's listed as a strategic consultant, former White House advisor.
Okay.
These are the sort of people that they all do the same thing.
Nothing.
They end up in the Ivy League. They come out of the Ivy League, and then they BS you for a crazy amount of money.
It's the teacher's lounge.
And then finally, somebody calls them on the carpet and says, please explain what you're talking about.
Well, I can't.
It's just too nuanced. You don't understand. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, you're from Missouri, Josh Hawley. What do you know?
You'll never understand what I'm doing. It's so complicated.
I know, right? But isn't that it? That's the way that the federal bureaucracy, and I would imagine At every level of government, the bureaucracy works. They just try to baffle you with BS.
Yes.
That's what it looks like. That's exactly what that sounded like.
It's the smoke and mirrors. It's the magic show. Look how complicated my job is.
Exactly.
I have to deal with two spirits.
I just sawed a woman in two.
Is that like whiskey and tequila? Or?
That's right. That's actually what two spirits is. Yes.
They call them spirits for a reason.
I mean, if I mix the two, aren't I going to get sick? Isn't that what's going to happen?
No, not at all. No, this is a great plan, a great idea. Just like his plans and ideas are stupid.
Yeah, I just enjoy right now that the BS jobs, they're going away. Like,
Yes,
thank
they
you,
are.
Democrats.
Yeah.
Thank you for causing the shutdown so we can look at all these additional BS jobs and go, yeah, that one's got to go too.
Dude, get rid of as much. That's like, I'll tell you, when they were talking about the shutdown, I was like, shut it down. Do not give a rip if they shut it down. And then when Donald Trump said we're going to get rid of all these BS jobs, I was like, thank you. That's exactly what I want you to do. He's taking this stop. He wins either way. That's the thing. He wins either way. And it's beautiful. The trap that he sets for the Democrats and Los, they fall into it every time.
And keep enjoying the comedy.
Yeah.
More sombreros.
Oh, dude.
More mustaches. And as the Democrats try and fire back with their own, like, oh, look how we're going to make fun of J.D. Vance. I'm like, dude, J.D. Vance already made fun of himself. Like, come on.
Right.
It's not working.
So far behind. So far behind. All right, when we come back, J.D. Vance nukes those Democrats about the shutdown narrative.
If you love 106.3, then you'll love the all-new Extra 106.3 app. It's loaded with replays of your favorite shows like The Morning Extra and The Kimmer Show, podcasts from conservative voices across the South, and access to Extra's crystal clear live stream from anywhere in Georgia. Grab it now for Apple or Android.
This is Window Nation, your source for affordable replacement windows at the highest quality. So if your old windows have you boiling in the summer and freezing in the winter, you need the pros at Window Nation with installation precision and experience that are second to none. Their custom windows are guaranteed to be a perfect fit, and they're backed by the best warranty in the industry. Go to getwindownation.com or call 866-90NATION for your free estimate. And for a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, plus no payments for 2 years.
Donald Trump's America.
A most favored nation agreement with Pfizer means the drug maker will sell prescriptions to the government for Medicare and Medicaid patients at the same lower prices charged to other developed nations in Europe.
It's going to have a huge impact on bringing Medicaid costs down. Like nothing else.
President Trump announcing the deal with top administration health officials and the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla.
By this agreement that we did, we commit to onshore the production of our medicines that are consumed in the U.S. and are made outside the U.S.
That investment in U.S. manufacturing of drugs is likely to spare Pfizer from steep pharmaceutical tariffs imposed by President Trump. Administration officials say additional deals with other drug makers like Eli Lilly are expected shortly. A website is also being launched early next year to allow Americans to buy drugs directly from manufacturers at a reduced cost. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Fox on Tech.
Stargate is one of the largest infrastructure projects in American history, and it just got bigger. OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank announcing 5 new Stargate data centers. Locations span across Ohio, New Mexico, and Texas, with an additional one to be announced in the Midwest. And Fox Business got a close-up look at all of that infrastructure. 8 buildings with 5 data halls each will be built on 1,100 acres. It's hard to understand the pure size of this operation until arriving there. It's like a mini city with roads and traffic jams, food tents, and around 6,000 people arriving for work every day. It took them a year and a half to get the first 2 buildings up. But Oracle CEO Clay McGurk says they've learned and they've gotten faster.
We're getting to the place where we're actually going to be bringing online more like 1 building a month in the first half of 2026. As we look to the other locations, it's exactly the same thing.
For Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
The Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, and The Kimmer Show on WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station, Extra 106.3.
The government shutdown will continue into Friday at least.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's when Senate Republicans will try again to approve the House-passed bill providing 7 weeks of funding. Majority Leader John Thune tells Fox Democrats are blocking that because they hate President Trump.
They can't see straight, they're blinded by it, and they're willing to do what used to be, in their minds, I think, really pretty crazy and stupid things. But that's the world we're now living in.
The sticking point for Democrats remains health care. They say they want an extension of Obamacare subsidies set to expire at the end of the year and a repeal of health care provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Meantime, the vice president says layoffs of federal workers are likely coming in the coming days, which would be a departure from the furloughs of federal workers during previous shutdowns and could get Democrats back to the bargaining table.
Fox's Kevin Corke. It's Yom Kippur, considered the holiest day of the year for Jews. And in England, an attack that left 4 people injured.
Police say they were called to the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue in Manchester just after 9:30 a.m. local time. They'd been told a car was driven into members of the public and that one man had been stabbed. Officers fired shots on arrival. Manchester's Mayor Andy Burnham says the immediate danger appears to be over as the suspect is believed dead.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. An incident late last night at New York's LaGuardia Airport. A Delta regional plane getting ready to take off hit another Delta jet that had just landed in a low-speed collision.
One flight attendant was hurt with a minor injury and transported to a local hospital as a precaution, but no other passengers were injured. After the collision, passengers were taken off the planes onto shuttle buses. They were provided food as well as hotel accommodations and, of course, rebooking.
Fox's Chanley Painter, and it's up to 72 people dead in the earthquake that rocked the Philippines. America's listening to Fox.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Dr. Halbert here. Are you tired of standing in front of the paint aisle wondering which product really works? That's exactly why I invented Blue Stop. It took me 10 years to perfect Blue Stop's unique and effective formula. As a surgeon, I saw how stiff joints, sore muscles, and body aches kept too many people from enjoying life. Blue Stop works fast, absorbs quick, and smells great. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. Feel the difference.
Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Yeah, I got your app. I'm so glad Conservative Talk is back on the air.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Before we dive into J.D. Vance being a comedian and nuking the narrative.
You going to give a shout out?
Yes. 56 downloads out of the gate.
Yes, the volleyball podcast that we started last night. Now,
I mean, literally in what, less than 24 hours?
I said the goal was 100.
Okay.
We could just get 100.
And you're not even to 24 hours yet.
And the volleyball community we knew was going to get behind it. And so that's been kind of fun. The other fun part is this was the first time I'd ever put my wife on a microphone to do, again, she's done a lot of public speaking.
Sure.
But to do a podcast / broadcast with her, it was so weird.
Was it really? Is it?
I told her, I was like, this is the strangest setup because we're at opposite ends of the table.
And unfinished basement, and you're talking about the things
and
you're
she's sitting on basically a stool, and I'm on a stool.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of looking at one another. And again, I've been in some weird setups for spring training, for SEC Media Days. And I don't know, it was fun. It was fun to get a chance to goof around. And by the way, another shout out as we're doing these shout outs, because somebody else who did check it out yesterday. So 4 Hour Stephanie, we were talking about how when you find a band first, or if you happen to find a show first and then your husband starts to watch or listen, she says, yes, my husband now listens every day. He'll bring up topics y'all talked about as if I had not have heard. I'm in the 4 Hour Club, damn it.
That's right, Stephanie. We love you. But we were welcoming to your husband. But yeah, you can't let him take the credit. You were here first.
Right, you were here first.
And I mean, has been for as long as I can remember. But
That's right.
She's been interacting with us.
When you're 4 Hour Club and somebody else joins a 4 Hour Club, now you both have the 4 Hour Club tattoo, but you do have that little part of you where you were like, man, you should have been here like a year ago.
Yeah. I've been here forever. You just now
figured it out?
Yeah, you just now getting here? Slowpoke? What's wrong with
She's going to get that fanny pack before he does.
That's exactly right. She may be one of the first that if we ever come up with some way to get a fanny pack that says 4 Hour Club, she would be, I think. I can't think of anybody else that would go to first.
It's one of the first. There's a handful. Yeah. There's a handful of you all that we're going to say, what's your address? We have to send you the fanny pack.
Yeah. If we can ever convince the powers that be.
We have another meeting tomorrow with management, but it's not over fanny packs.
No, but we should bring that up.
But we should. In fact, everything they want to talk about, like, hey, we were thinking about making some changes to the show, will be like fanny pack.
Yeah, make that change. Let's make that change first. Let's do that.
It's like, how about we start with a fanny pack?
That's exactly.
How about we do this first?
Give the people what they want.
Exactly.
And cold beers and fanny packs.
I was like, I can either give the people what they already have out there, or I can give them fanny packs.
And that seems to be a perfect thing to give people. And they're back in style. That's the other thing. I never thought in a million years fanny packs would be back, but they are.
And by the way, let's take this up a notch. Let's make it a clear fanny pack. Because remember, clear bag rules are big everywhere, every sporting event.
Yep.
You know, collegiate sporting events, you need a clear bag. So if we give you a clear fanny pack
that just says 4 Hour Club.
That works two different ways.
Dude, that's flexibility like you've never known before. I know my wife is always, because she didn't have anything clear. She didn't have any clear bags. We always have to either borrow something or she just doesn't take anything with her. I'll put her license in my wallet and, her phone in my back pocket.
Clear bag policy on a fanny pack.
I don't know why she doesn't have, it's been going, it's not like this is new. At some point.
She got you for.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I'm like the pack mule. I can just tote it around, I guess. I love the fact.
Oh, stadium approved clear fanny pack.
There you go.
See, there it is.
Like 4HC on the front?
I have one of those, actually, I think.
Do you really?
Yeah, I think I took it to a Georgia game maybe like 3 years ago. It ended up in the Sprinter van for our sister station.
It stayed out there for a year?
Yeah, it was just a bunch of... They were like, dude, there's like a whole lot of plastic like airline bottles in here. I was like, yeah, there was.
Mine. It's like the walk of shame having to go out there and get it.
I claim it.
It's mine.
It's my bag.
I was liquored
Yes,
up.
it's a clear fanny pack.
It's a clear fanny pack. If that isn't enough, I was liquored up while carrying it. That's living right there.
That's how it played.
That's the living right there.
That's how it played out.
Dude, I love seeing J.D. Vance just absolutely nuking the Democrats and their talking points. It was so cool to see him show up at the White House press briefing. That's not something that happens with any sort of regularity. And Carolyn,
he just kind of showed up.
That's exactly right. Carolyn Levitt's there.
It's like, and for my next trick, here's J.D. Vance.
That's right. She had to have some notice that he was coming. She had to know that, but nobody else did. And then he was like, "Can I take this real quick? I just want to let you know what these Democrat talking points are. And I want to break them down. I want to make them easy so even you in the press corps, which are not the most brilliant people in the world, even you can understand this."
This is a Democrat talking point. They say we're not actually trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens, and here's why it's not true. There are two Biden-era programs that explicitly gave the taxpayer health care money to illegal aliens that we turned off when President Trump took over in January. Program number one is there's a lot of emergency health care at hospitals that are provided to illegal aliens. That was funded by the federal government. We turned off that funding because, of course, we want American citizens to benefit from those hospital services, not to be taxed and then to have those hospital services go to illegal aliens. The second of which is the Biden administration gave mass parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and then they simultaneously made those parolees eligible for health care benefits funded by taxpayers. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on. And in their initial proposal, the first thing that they put out to reopen the government, they actually turned that money for health care benefits for illegal aliens back on. So it's not something that we made up. It's not a talking point. It is in the text of the bill that they initially gave to us to reopen the government. It's preposterous for them to run away from it now. But look, let's set that all to the side. Let's open open up the government. Let's negotiate on all of these healthcare policy issues. Obviously, we're not going to support healthcare benefits for illegal aliens, but we will work with them to lower healthcare costs for American citizens if they're willing to do so.
Two things the Democrats hate is the fact that it's going to benefit American citizens. They've made it clear over and over. They do not care about you and I. They do not. And then the other thing, when he talks about those humanitarian parole programs, all those programs, they created an app to bring people here, to bring them here illegally, give them that parole, and then give them the health care. That's exactly what J.D. Vance is talking about. Now, there are other programs too, but the app is the one that stands out to me the most. They created an app, Los, so people could come here.
The Democrats continue to talk about, hey, we're trying to secure health care for these millions of Americans. And J.D. Vance starts pointing out, these are on the edges. These are things that we got rid of because they were in the shadow type of programs. And oftentimes, a lot of crazy spending to go along with them. If you will, an enticement for you to come here, or for you to, in certain cases, hey, if you happen to be somebody who, as he puts it, like you're a parolee, you get this. Well, wait a minute. You got to do it on your own. That's just how it goes. To hear him clearly and concisely point out, this is what we've gotten rid of, I think any American, even a Democrat out there, would listen to it and go, that's not what I was told. Well, now you just had the vice president explain exactly to you what they made sure to not have available.
But then take it a step further. Move it down to the state level.
Yes.
Because the states have used this money so liberally to basically pay for everything.
What'd you say? You had New York, you had Connecticut, was it Rhode Island?
North Carolina. There's several. I can go look up the list. There's
where
so
they actually
many.
advertise that they have programs for illegals. And in the case of New York, it's 65 and over. If you're here illegally, they got your health care.
Yeah.
We got you covered.
But then financially, how this works, everything hinges on this money. They have to provide illegals health care.
So one of the most, I would say this, one of the best descriptions I've had that really enlightened this entire situation came from a Democrat insider. And she pointed out this. The reason why the Democrats are fighting on this so hard, it's not just the AOC Chuck Schumer issue. It isn't just we're fighting for health care. The Democrats are wildly concerned about California not being able to pay their bills because the amount of illegals they're providing health care for. And they're also concerned about, if you completely turn this off, they're going to continue leaving in droves. California is losing people. They're losing population in part because all the things that the illegals were promised, they're not happening. Life's tougher. They're leaving. This is what about, can we help maintain these communities where we promised them the world? Now this administration under Donald Trump has making it a point, no, we're not paying for your health care anymore. So now they're going back home.
And then add this to it. And there's a lot of states doing this. They have so many illegals, California specifically, have so many illegals in their in the state that their entire health care system runs on taxpayer money for illegals.
Yes.
When that money from the federal government goes to California, it supports the entirety of the healthcare system. If that money goes away, that entire, not just for illegals, that entire healthcare system's collapse. But the doctors don't get paid, hospitals don't get paid, nobody gets paid because the money's not there. They are running at a deficit that you wouldn't believe. Well, actually, I take that back. They're Democrats.
It's again because they are giving this away for free to maintain their population.
That's exactly right.
To maintain their illegals so they can maintain their power through a census. This really is a dirty sport. Because I think if you explain that to a lot of regular Americans, they would say, hold on a second. So the Democrats are fighting to take my money, to spend more of it, so they can keep their numbers of illegals up in California.
Yeah.
No. But yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
yes,
that's
no,
exactly.
I don't want that.
No, I don't want that.
Nobody would. Nobody.
Because the numbers across the board, we've gone through this so many different times. The amount of Americans, again, across the aisle, who do not want to pay for anything when it comes to illegals is astronomical. It's one of the only things we're completely united on.
And I can't blame anybody. I don't want to pay for things that do me no good. If it's something that maybe that my neighborhood is participating in and we're pitching in, then you're like, okay, maybe a little bit. If it's something at schools, you'll pitch in a $5. But you probably wouldn't do it for the school that you have no connection to whatsoever. The likelihood of you sending a whole bunch of money there, you're like, well, that's not benefiting me, my neighborhood, my kids. That's benefiting no one except for them over there.
Explain to your average Floridian or Georgian or Iowan. So the reason why the Democrats want this so badly is to take your money and send it to California for the problems California has created for themselves.
Yep. That's it. That's the summation right there.
That's it. That's the game. That's what's going on.
And it's
ta-da!
It should be so obvious and clear. And you wonder why nobody is batting an eye.
The news media won't tell you that.
No, of course not. Of course not. And that's why nobody's batting an eye about the shutdown either. Because they're, no, I don't want this. If that's what if that's the hill they're willing to die on, let them die on it.
Yes, that's why the Republicans, as much as they're taking crap from the news media, they're just like shrugging their shoulders going, no, it's fine. It's bad for them.
Well, but that's the thing, because now you are the media. That's what Elon Musk said. And that's why X is so valuable, because now we have J.D. Vance explaining it. They ain't going to put that on CNN.
Can you imagine how frustrating it must be for, let's say, MSNBC, when it's Joy Reid talking to 52,000 people before they canned her? And we get to double that. And I get to tell you that the reason why this is going on is so California can get their money to pay for their illegals. How frustrating must that be for those people out there, for the Democrats that are like, we used to have a stranglehold on the media, stranglehold on power. Part of the reason why we do so well at this radio station is we actually tell you what's going on. We actually break it down.
We're not beholden to anybody.
No.
Including Fox News, who we're an affiliate of.
Yeah.
They play the news at the top of the hour, but that's the connection, really.
But that's the connection. So even when Fox News doesn't want to explain that this is what it's for, we will.
Because there's plenty of people. Don't be misled. You think Jackie Heinrich wants to explain this to you? No, she does not.
She wants to read a prompter.
That's right. And look, she is, as from what I can tell, as anti-Trump as she could possibly be. Is she a nice lady? I'm sure she is. But her politics, don't be misled. Just because you see the FNC banner, don't be misled. Up until a certain point in the evening, you get this corporate news thing that sometimes it'll go along with what, maybe even more often than not, it'll go along with what you believe. But don't be misled to think everybody there believes just the way you do, because they don't. Trey Yingst, the dude that reports in the Middle East, I've heard him say some things that blew me away. I was like, what station is this?
But this is why, when it comes to the Republicans as of right now, when you see Mike Johnson on Fox or CNN or MSNBC, he's just sitting back going, no, that's not really what's happening.
He did that to Caitlin Collins.
And he's just going to basically flat out tell you, here's what's going on. J.D. Vance is able to do the same thing. What the Republicans have done, and they've done this well, they got out in front of the media on this, and they spoke very clearly about what this thing is about. So the media narrative has not worked one bit. Even the media that's anti-Trump has not been able to work. It's not been able to create cracks in the dam. The cracks right now are with Chuck Schumer and who's surrounding him.
That's right, because you have the ability to see. You have the ability to see both sides. You have what they're presenting, and then you have what the Republicans are presenting. And then you make your decision on what makes the most sense when it's laid out and explained to you. To that point, Los, George Stephanopoulos had Speaker Johnson on, and he set the premise coming out of the gate. The first thing he said is, this is hurting Americans too. Don't you agree that this is hurting Americans too? And Speaker Johnson's like, no,
not at all.
I don't agree with that. And then went on to explain why. George Stephanopoulos, he
did the whole, we'll agree to disagree. I'm like, just say you're wrong.
Yeah, but he
just
would never.
say, I got this wrong.
He would never.
I was reading talking points that came from the Democrats.
He worked in Democrat administration.
He knows how the game works.
He emailed them to get the talking points.
What do you need me to say?
That's exactly right.
I'm going to have Speaker Johnson on. What do you need me to do here?
It's funny you bring it up like that, because I'm sure you saw Whoopi Goldberg reading from a note card on The View yesterday about those same talking points that George Stephanopoulos had, that every Democrat talking head on MSNBC. I mean, literally reading from a note card like this.
This is not any different. I mean, previously it was the Podesta emails that WikiLeaks ended up dropping out there just to show you all of this stuff goes around from the Democrats to the news media of here's what you're supposed to talk about today.
This is the way you present it. This is the way you frame it. When we come back, J.D. Vance, he's taking a page out of the Trump comedy playbook. Next on the Morning Extra.
When conflicts escalate around the world, don't let the mainstream media scare you into believing their narrative. Get it right with Atlanta's only conservative voice. And trust the Morning Extra, Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, and our entire lineup to give it to you straight. Don't buy the fear. Just keep it here. Extra 106.3 FM and the all-new Extra app.
Time now for the Retire Wise Report. James Parker here with financial advisor Sean Maloney, founder and CEO of Retire Wise. Many people assume their taxes will automatically go down once they retire and stop collecting paychecks. Sean, is this a dangerous assumption?
It can be, because you know what? Lower taxes in retirement can be a myth. It's not always true, right? Remember, up to 85% of your Social Security benefits could be taxed, right? Your traditional IRA and 401k income is 100% taxable, so that needs to be accounted for. And that's why it's so important to find ways to reduce or eliminate your taxes wherever possible.
Tell us about the offer you have for our listeners.
Hey, look, now is the time to start looking ahead and identifying your tax liabilities in retirement. Well, we have a great resource for you guys. We have what's called the Retire Happy Framework Toolkit. You can get a copy today by calling or texting the word WISE to 770-802-2200. My team helped put together this just for you, and it's a complimentary guide. And at the center of this is a copy of my latest book, The Priority of Retirement. It has chapters on everything from Social Security to investments to income planning. We include guides in there as well as on strategies for income planning, for taxes, and even dealing with recessions in retirement, among other things. So if you want to get this information in your hands today, call or text the word WISE to 770-802-2200. That's 770-802-2200.
Take advantage of this offer. Get your Retire Happy Framework today. Just text WISE to 770-802-2200. And the team at Retire Wise will get you your Retire Happy Framework right away. So just call or text WISE to 770-802-2200. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm does not provide
Backyard,
tax service.
ballpark, or campsite. If there's fire, you can grill at Southern Thunder Barbecue School. Our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick-cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. A hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbbq.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Got a to-do list a mile long? No problem. We've got the ultimate solution, our Handyman for a Day program. Here's how it works. You get a skilled handyman dedicated to knocking out your honey-do list. Paint touch-ups, drywall repairs, door adjustments, and much more, all done in one day. Call us now before the rush for your Handyman for a Day, and call us at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. One call, one handyman, one day, the Trusted Toolbox.
This is House Call for Health. A major new global study reveals cardiac events don't strike without warning. It finds people who suffered a heart attack, stroke, or heart failure had at least one major heart risk factor years beforehand. Researchers analyzing the health records of more than 9 million people for a decade. They found more than 99% of patients had one or more risk factors, like high blood pressure and cholesterol, as well as blood sugar levels and tobacco use. The study also notes more than 93% of patients had 2 or more risk factors. That study was led by Northwestern Medicine and Yonsei University in South Korea. The author, Northwestern University cardiology professor Dr. Philip Greenland, says the goal now is to work harder on finding ways to control these modifiable risk factors rather than to get off track in pursuing other factors that are not easily treatable and not causal. The findings appear in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health, Elisa Brady, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. A Cobb County woman has been arrested for setting fire to a church in Austell. Aries Jordan is charged with arson and terroristic threats. Police say she intentionally set fire to the Prayer City Eagles Chapel on Monday night, causing about $4 million in damage. She's also accused of sending threatening messages to the pastor of the church. Cobb County students once again posted the highest SAT scores in metro Atlanta, with an average of 1,116 out of 1,600. The district improved by 11 points over last year and outperformed Atlanta, DeKalb, Fulton, and Marietta City schools. Top schools included Walton at 1260 and Lassiter at 1206, both ranking among the best in the state. And Town Center Community Improvement District Director Tracy Stiff has been named 2025 Citizen of the Year by the Smyrna Area Council. Stiff has secured over $130 million in grants for projects like the Skip Span Connector and Noonday Creek Trail. Her portfolio now includes 15 active projects focusing on transportation, public spaces, and regional connectivity. Today's weather clear and sunny with highs in the mid-70s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los on Extra 106.3, the Morning Xtra. We appreciate you being here and invite you to bring up anything that you'd like to at 404-741-1230 or at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. J.D. Vance is going to make one heck of a president. He's a great vice president. He's going to make one heck of a president because I feel strongly that he will win. I mean, long way to go. I mean, I'm just maybe that's just me being hopeful, but I do feel good about it. Yesterday, when he went down to the White House press briefing, he was asked about the sombrero meme, and he laughed. And then he hit the reporter with a zinger himself. Listen to this.
So the president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer. I saw recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the president of the United States about that.
I promise you. No more sombrero memes, just fix the government. Let's
how
open it back
much does that put them into this corner of y'all are ridiculous?
Defensive mode.
It puts the Democrats on the defense. Now, I will tell you, because I was giving this quite a bit of thought last night, because the amount of vitriol that continues from the Democrats when it comes to a meme. All right, first off, it's funny. We talked about 2 days ago, all right, he looks like Speedy Gonzalez to Hakeem Jeffries. He's got a sombrero and a fake mustache. Right. By the next day, it's him on MSNBC. Once again, the sombrero's on with a fake mustache. But this time, there's 4 mariachi Donald Trumps playing behind him. Okay? Like, this continues to be a funny thing to do. Right? What got me was this. The biggest problem the Democrats have with this and why they continue to say it's bigotry, because they look at these people as their next subservient class. And when you make them out to be the same as them, that's what pisses them off. They want as many illegals here as possible. Now, the sombrero and the mustache makes it look like, hey, we're just taking anybody from South America. Come on in. They think so little of those people that if you compare them to them, that's what gets them upset.
Dude, yeah. It's like, well, we're way above that. We're more than. They're lesser than.
We're the leadership class.
That's right.
Don't compare me to these people.
Don't you dare.
That's the way they look at it. That's what makes them so mad about it. Not just that it's funny, but you compared me to people that we look at as like dogs.
Yeah. As somebody that's less
They
than.
just do what they're supposed to be told to do.
And we give the commands.
Right.
Don't mistake that. We give the commands.
Ponder that out. Like, why are they so upset about it? They're not upset because, well, the government shut down. They're not upset about this because, well, it's funny. They're upset because you compared them to a lesser version of humans that they look to rule over.
These are the same people that, when Charlie Kirk was murdered, had joyous reactions. Can you imagine? Imagine if they had the same type of reaction to, or I guess it kind of is, or no, I guess the thing is they celebrated when someone was murdered in cold blood, and then their reaction to a joke something that is supposed to be funny, something that is supposed to actually generate conversation and has. They find that as awful, as terrible, the worst. A man was murdered? It's all right. He deserved it. He had it coming.
We'll make T-shirts out of it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And then
when we put a fake sombrero and a mustache on a dude.
Murder, sombrero meme. And look at the difference in their responses.
Yeah. It's and we'll have some of this audio at some point. Joe Rogan talked about it during his podcast this week. He was enlightened / shocked at what the response the left had to the Charlie Kirk assassination. He's like, hold on a second, y'all supposed to be like the party of compassion. It's like, you're not. It's like it was the red pill for him. It's like, these people are not compassionate. They pretend to be compassionate. They pretend to be the ones that care as long as you give them power. And then as soon as something occurs, you really see the teeth come out and how ugly they get. I've said this for a long time. In order to be conservative, you have to be mature. And in part, when you're conservative, you're compassionate towards your fellow man. You recognize his value. Whether it be from Judeo-Christian ethics, whatever your version of compassion comes from, when you're conservative, it's because you look at everyone as having value. They don't. Like that's the fundamental difference in the death cult versus this.
It had no value.
No value to them.
His life meant nothing to them. And the only reason the lives of people who are here illegally and shouldn't be have any value is because of what it provides.
Because it will provide them power in a census. It will give them more votes. But if you happen to compare those people that are here illegally, like if we were to happen to, for instance, we had a lot of the South Korean illegals that were working at Kia. If we were to compare Democrats to those people, they would be just as upset. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that to me. That's cultural appropriation. Like, well, you're just fighting for the people that you say you're fighting for. I'm just saying you're on this team. So the sombrero and the mustache were just symbolic of, well, you're fighting for these illegals that are here. That's all we're pointing out. And yet, look how upset it got them.
They aren't able to laugh at anything. And Donald Trump has pointed that out a bunch of times, too. He's like, they have no sense of humor whatsoever. Everything is so serious. Everything is so earth-shattering. Everything is life-changing. Words are violence.
And then they decide, because this was Gavin Newsom that then retweeted out there, when you make J.D. Vance look like a minion from Despicable Me.
Yeah.
All right, first off, you didn't really do a good job of it. Like, you took our joke and you reissued it. I'm like, no, you got to do something different.
Right.
All right. Like, I thought about this. So there's the movie Ocean's 13, right? So it's got Ocean's 11, 12, 13.
13 is the one with the ladies?
No, that's Ocean's, whatever, Ocean's 8 or however it is. Anyway, but there's a part in that movie where one of the people suggests, hey, let's do the same bit we did in Ocean's 11. He's like, you don't do that. It's like, you don't do the same bit.
You got to
do a different bit. You got to do a different caper.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing here. You can't just do what the Republicans did, what the conservative side did, and then like, well, let's do it to J.D. Vance. Ha-ha, we got you. No, you got to reinvent the bit, man. That's because J.D. Vance rolls with most of this
exactly
stuff.
Right. He's going to roll with it no matter what.
The stuff we saw from him like 6 or 7 months ago when people were taking J.D. Vance memes and were turning him into like the fattest kid possible, like an Oompa Loompa.
Right.
And he started retweeting them.
Yeah.
He's like, these are funny.
Yeah. But that's, again, being able to step back and realize that everything isn't life or death. Every decision, every word, it's not. Are there some things that are? Sure. But they get stopped in their tracks by a meme. I mean, it's that kind of insecurity, I guess, Los, that something like that would stop you in your tracks. And you have to try to use that for some sort of leverage, and nobody's buying it. But that's what stops them in their track. Like us, Charlie Kirk being murdered, the woman on the train in Charlotte, the dad that we played the testimony of yesterday when his daughter was murdered by a man that had 39 arrests, 25 felonies, and the cracking of his voice as he talked about his daughter. That stops us in our tracks. A meme stops them in their tracks.
There's something that has changed here. And let me explain it this way. So I remember growing up, I was always the guy who was in the nerdy classes with my nerdy friends. I was like, that's how I studied. But I also played sports. And yet with that, I never felt like I was ever part of any group. It wasn't like I was hanging out with my nerdy friends and I wasn't really hanging out with my sports friends. I just kind of did my own thing.
Yeah, sure.
And to me,
that was a place to be.
Well, that was always, to me, here's my cool thing. I'm just going to do my own thing. I don't really care about what anybody says or thinks. I'm just going to try and just be me and be on my own.
Be the best you can.
I guess so. Whatever it was, I was just comfortable. I didn't have to be at the keg parties.
But that's it. Comfortable in your own skin.
I just was like, I'm just going to do my own thing. Yeah. What has happened is if you're conservative, you tend to be somebody who you have your own thoughts, you have your own feelings, you're your own person. What I never expected was for us to uniformly become the cool people, especially with Donald Trump in office. This whole idea of I do my own thing, I have my own independence, I'm not subservient to anyone, I'm not dependent on government is cool. But the Democrats they've seen themselves become the uncool people, the people that we point at and go, what's wrong with you all?
Yeah.
You know?
But what an American description, though. I'm not subservient to anyone. I'm just me. I'm just trying
to do my best.
There's nothing more American than that.
And that is now cool.
Which has always been, but the culture didn't agree with it, and the culture didn't promote it. Right. Now, all of a sudden, the culture, it is the culture.
It is the culture. It is, can you establish yourself as someone who is not dependent?
And doesn't want to be.
I guess that's the thing that I keep seeing when you wonder about these memes and you're like, why is the left so mad? Because the left has lived long enough to see themselves become the uncool kids. They're the dorks. They're the ones that you look at and you mock and you go, seriously, there's like 18% of y'all. Really? Like that? That's your favorability? You've become so unfavorable in this country that when you try and come up with something, we all just go, dork. I mean, okay, who's the coolest person on the left? Right?
I don't know the answer. I mean, I guess some Hollywood celebrity.
Maybe we might be able to say, well, even in politics, who's the coolest person on the left? Is it maybe AOC? And it's just because she's jugular?
Yeah.
Is that pretty much what it is? Because I can name like 10 people over on our side. We're like,
that's pretty cool, dude.
That's cool.
Tim Burchett.
Cool.
One of the coolest. One of the coolest.
Did you hear his interview that he did recently?
Well, I mean,
he did an interview, and this was with Clay Travis, and they were asking him about dealing with stuff in Washington, and he was like, well, sometimes you deal with this stuff and it makes you want to start a crack habit. I'm like, funny.
It's so good. We have a coworker that's listening this morning, and I'm afraid to bring his name in because I don't know.
Oh, we can't out them.
I just don't want to out them.
Do you want to be in the cool kid club or not?
Yeah, and he may be just fine with it. But he just said Vance is just a normal dude who happens to be more powerful than any of us.
Yeah.
But
he comes across as.
That's exactly right. He is such a regular dude,
which is cool.
And it's not like he had the silver spoon in his mouth.
No, not at all.
He was not, and it was never, if you go by the way Hollywood works and leftist, the way leftist culture works, he was never supposed to be the cool kid. He was never supposed to get where he is now. You're supposed to be given that. You're supposed to be, I don't know, what is it? When
ordained.
Yes, ordained. Yes. That's exactly the word.
Here's what we're going to do.
Yes, that's AOC, ordained.
Yes, we're going to pick out, you won the contest. You get ordained. You're the future. Think about how weird it is, Tug. You have a situation where Hollywood does not ever look to pump up anybody on the right. Like that's that. In fact, they like making movies about assassinating them.
Right.
Okay, that's what Hollywood does. You actually had a book about a guy who's basically a hillbilly who grew up in squalor, whose mom was addicted to drugs, and before he's even a senator, they're like, oh, this is a pretty good book. This is a pretty interesting guy. Let's make a movie about him. and you actually made a movie about the guy who would become eventually the vice president of the United States, and more than right now, the odds-on favorite from Polymarket to be the president in 2028.
Do you know how many times I've thought about that?
How many times that you actually had Hollywood help build the legend on accident?
That's exactly right, because it was never. If they would have had any inclination that he would be where he is now, that movie would have never been made.
And when you watch it, it really comes across as this is the compassionate guy trying to keep his family together. It's like it humanized him in a way that if you've seen it or you read the book, Hollywood was like, what a mistake we made.
Yeah, I don't know the timeline, because he had said, before he got to know Trump, he was not on Team Trump. And I want to think that that's probably the reason. They're like, well, he's just fine. He's spoken out against Trump. And little did they know that then they would come together, bury the hatchet, and become this incredible, powerful group of people that support each other, in the president and vice president. He's done more than as vice president than I ever saw Kamala Harris do. Ever.
I mean, keep in mind, Hillbilly Elegy came out in 2020 from a book that had been out for a few years about a guy who just found a way to make it. Within 2 years, he's now a senator out of Ohio. And 2 years later, he's a VP candidate. 3 years, he's the vice president of the United States.
The people that made it in Hollywood are like, damn it!
No!
Yeah, they're so pissed.
No!
They're so pissed. Yeah, that's right. Just screaming no. So right. When we continue on Extra 106.3, C-SPAN, you know how they have callers on C-SPAN? It got the greatest caller of all time.
He's like us.
Yes.
He's a great caller.
Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. The Major League Baseball playoffs continue today with some elimination games. Cleveland hosts Detroit this afternoon in a do-or-die game. That will start at 3 o'clock. Then later on, the same goes to the Chicago Cubs. They host the San Diego Padres. Loser goes home. First pitch is set for 5 o'clock, and the New York Yankees host the Boston Red Sox. That game will decide whose season comes to an end. That game will start at 8 p.m. As for the LA Dodgers, they eliminated the Cincinnati Reds last night, 8-4 the final. The Dodgers will now face the Philadelphia Phillies starting on Saturday. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, Braves fans, sometimes life throws you a knee-buckling curveball. That's when Truist One Checking steps up to the plate. If you're behind in the count, you won't have to worry about overdraft fees. Plus, eligible clients enjoy a balance buffer for some extra cushion. You'll get a convenient mobile app to keep an eye on things and access to thousands of Truist ATMs. Be ready every inning with Truist One Checking. It's life-ready checking that grows with you. Get Truist One Checking today. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
You should never need financing for a simple garage door repair, but it's happening here. Out-of-town companies have invaded Atlanta for a cash grab, charging outrageous prices. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage, Entry Doors, and Windows. Stay local and stay on budget for every opening of your home. All Four Seasons, trusted in Atlanta for over 25 years, exceptional customer service, and fair, honest pricing. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages. AtlantaJesusChristmas.com.
Hey, Atlanta's Mark from the Safe House. I have a question for you. Am I the only person pissed off with the mainstream fake news, liberal judges,
and whiny liberal politicians
who don't realize why Donald Trump is president, and fake safes? And you may wonder, why fake safes? Well, a fake safe is like Joe Biden, cheap and ineffective. A real safe from Atlanta Safe House is like Donald Trump, tough, effective, and provides peace of mind when you need it the most. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast and see what a real safe looks like. So go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
When I first started using a CPAP, getting supplies and equipment was a horrible hassle. It pretty much stayed that way until I discovered CPAPs, etc.com. Same-day shipping on anything you might need, including travel CPAPs, hoses, masks, you name it. Same-day shipping. CPAPsETC.com or visit their store in Alpharetta. So easy, and you could be preserving your health and saving your life.
Hey, Atlanta Braves fans, this is Kelly Kroll asking you to step up to the plate for the men and women who have served our country and protected our freedom. The Warrior Alliance, an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, is helping thousands of veterans to achieve success after military service. Either you or someone you know has served and deserves our support. The best way to say thank you for your service is by helping a veteran round the bases on their journey home. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Senior Manager, Global Services, change lead positions offered by the North Highland Company in Atlanta, Georgia. Act as an advisor to the C-suite on organizational change, strategy, and communication. Position reports to Atlanta, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Must be willing to travel domestically 35% and internationally 5%. Please apply online at https://careers.northhighland.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Don't tell me the net worth of some corporate CEO. Tell me the net worth of the people he hired, the people who worked for him, the people that helped him build that wealth. There, I think, is the true worth of an entrepreneur.
Atlanta Talk Radio legends are only on Extra 106.3.
I want to send some country shout-outs.
Come on, country call-outs for everybody.
Country call-outs. Dang it.
No, that's right.
I don't hit it the right way all the time.
You're close.
You're so freaking FM country smooth about this stuff. Like, you know how to do it. Like, I know how to do sports content and set that stuff up and, you know, run a show that way. But when I want to do an FM country call
music
out,
radio.
a music radio, I don't know the first thing about it. When we did a game, maybe like a year or two ago, which was Could Tug Hit the Post? We gave him all these different songs.
Yeah.
Jure, he nailed it every time.
You just trying to think. I want to. Let's revisit that.
Yeah, because to me, there's two things that scare me in broadcast. One is ever doing play-by-play. I've never done play-by-play.
I'm horrified by that,
That
too.
scares me. To call a game.
I would never.
Those that can, I'm amazed by you.
Yeah, because you got to know the numbers, the names, all the kids, their backgrounds, all this stuff.
You've got to have so much information. Color, okay, maybe you could do a little bit of it, but you also have to know when to talk and when not to talk. And that's a little bit foreign to me, okay? I got a lot of N's and U's in conduct from elementary school that'll tell you I don't know exactly when to do that.
I love it.
The other one is hitting the post. Like, you have to know the song well enough. I've thrown out songs to Tug, and he will flat out tell you, yeah, you got 4 seconds.
Did you ever play any instruments growing up?
I mean, I dabbled with some guitar.
Okay.
You know, just little stuff like that where we'd have guitar lessons where we would offer in class and things like that. And so I can play a tiny amount, but nothing where I'd be like, I'm adequate at this.
Did you, Tug?
I, same way. Toyed around. I learned. I was not patient enough to actually learn. And there was a guy that we went to church with was an incredible guitar player. It wasn't his focus in life, but he was really, really good and probably could have made that his focus in life. But I always wanted to just learn the songs. Like, teach me the song. I just want to play it.
Well, you're such a music guy anyway. I mean, I think it just comes down to that. It's just having that feeling of the rhythm. You know when it's going to hit and just boom.
I think you have an ear for it.
Yeah.
Like Jerry and I have talked in the past about there's certain things we hear and we go, that's done well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you just hear it. Same thing with Tug. Tug's like, I hear it and I know that's the right thing because we've all spent as much time as we have as professional broadcasters. There's just certain things where you go, okay, that hits right.
That makes sense. Yeah. Sounds right.
Tug's able to do that when it comes to songs where I thought there's no way he's going to hit the post. Like, he doesn't know this song, and he nailed it. I joked around about it the other day when, what was it? Country Girl?
Shake it. Yeah.
Okay, Country Girl, Shake It.
3 seconds on the lip of that one.
It's a 3 second. He knows it. He's like, you got 3 seconds.
I've played it 10,000 times. You find after a while, you just know. You just learn. You just know. It's like you and salary caps. Like that,
there's a certain point where I'm like, I understand that.
That just I glaze over because I have no idea what you're talking about. Now you are able to take it and break it down so even a layman like me can understand it. But that's something that makes most people go, until he explained it, I had no idea what that even meant.
So here's my country shout out. It's over to Will. Met him at True Prep over the weekend.
Will, what's up?
Now, let me tell you this about Will. Will offered money from his own pocket to me. Can you please change this about y'all's app? And I had to, it was a moment. I got to explain, when you first start the app and you get an ad, he's like, can you just get rid of the ad? I go, we don't have any control over that, Will.
Zero.
Will was ready to be like, I'll give anybody $5.
I'll send you a weekly subscription.
He's like, I will give you I will give you money. I'm like, we don't have any control over it. But Will just reached out, and he wanted to just call into the show.
Big Willie.
We weren't able to get him in with what we were getting into, but just wanted to say, Will, we appreciate you.
Shoot, yeah.
Love the fact that you listen as much as you do.
And love the fact that you went to True Prep.
And that you made your way on over to True Prep.
Just supporting the people that support you, that share your values. There's a reason that they're advertising on this station is because they, like you, share your values.
My favorite thing that happened at True Prep. So I jumped on the mic for the 11 o'clock giveaways. I was going to do, got there for the 10 o'clock open. We're just going to do the 11 o'clock giveaways. Ended up, spending a couple hours out there. And one guy who won, he comes up and he's got like this very prominent brown beard. Like, probably like maybe an inch or two past his chin. And I was like, look at that strong beard. I was like, first off, like I'm always impressed because I can't really grow uniform facial hair.
Yeah.
It's just patchy. And there's a guy who yells from the crowd, you call that a beard?
Yeah. And he's got one down here.
He's got it down like mid chest. It's all gray. I was like, I was wrong.
Yeah,
I was like, that man has a beard. So it was a lot of fun. It was great being out there with everybody, hanging out, and just kind of, like I said, I hadn't walked the store in several months. And so just to see all the stuff that was being given away in the new inventory, like I said, it was cool. So hopefully Will and everybody else had a good time.
Something tells me they did because they were surrounded by good folks. And there's plenty of good folks out there, is my understanding there at True Prep. So make sure you go over there, Cobb Parkway, trueprep.com, TRUprep.com. Support those guys because they share your values. It's so important to support the people that support you, that believe the way that you do and feel the way that you do. And when they're brave enough to step out there, make sure that you give them the first opportunity to earn your business. We say that all the time. It's so important to these small businesses, which are the backbone of America, small businesses. They're taking their hard-earned money and they're investing it in a product they believe in, but also hoping that it will benefit it'll benefit their small business. It'll benefit their company, and people like Will they're making the circle of life work.
So speaking of the circle of life, because callers they do matter.
Yes, they do.
They're fun, and I know we work in callers when we can. When you call, there's sometimes when you run into the gatekeeper. Jure was like, I don't know. There's other times we're like, okay, fine, it's a free for all. It's a free skate. Tomorrow.
Yeah,
free skate.
Yeah,
we'll go any direction you want. We'll have some fun with it.
Yeah,
but this is a caller who called into C-SPAN, and let's face it, C-SPAN it's pretty hoity-toity. It's straight news and highbrow politics. All right. Now I only check into C-SPAN when they're talking about UAPs and ghosts and any other alien crap.
Because they had Angel Face on there not too long ago.
Angel Face was on there talking about it.
And Paulina Luna.
Tim Burchant.
Yeah.
It's part of what goes on. So they're having a discussion about these memes of the sombrero and the mustache for Hakeem Jeffries. And they get a caller that comes right after my heart.
What do you make of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts about focusing on Hakeem Jeffries and attempting to lampoon him is maybe the word to put it. There it is on his Truth Social post, and a new one featuring Hakeem Jeffries from last night went up as well.
Well, I called Hakeem Jeffries last night and left him a voicemail. And I wanted to know where he got the sombrero from, because I wanted to buy one, too, because I thought he looked good in it. And I didn't know he could grow a mustache that quickly, but I thought he looked real good in that mustache.
Do you think the...
you got it on TV right now. I asked Hakeem Jeffries, where did you get that hat? Because I want to go buy one. Please. Give me a call back, but see, that's the problem.
Do you think videos like that help in this process here in the negotiations?
Trying to keep it all serious.
Help in the process? No, it's just a joke. Nobody can take a joke no more. This country is so evil in so many ways that nobody can take a joke anymore. You do not think that is funny? A mariachi band, Donald Trump playing all those instruments, and Hakeem Jeffries. That is funny. Come on.
That's Kevin in Gainesville, Florida, taking your phone call.
Wearing jean shorts, too.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin in Gainesville, Florida. That, it's just as we pointed out, funny's funny, man. It was funny.
And to be honest, there were moments I couldn't tell if he was trolling or he was being serious, or maybe it's a combination.
I wanted to buy that hat.
Come on, get me one.
Nobody can joke no more.
That's
I'm like, good for you, Kevin. You get after those C-SPAN people.
Exactly
that was funny.
Indeed. C-SPAN.
He's like, it's got a whole mariachi band behind it. They're all Trump. You don't think that's funny?
It's so good. How can you not think it's funny? So good. ACO's power play. AOC. AOC's power play has backfired. Next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, here we go again. It's another government shutdown. I don't know how good your memory is, but go back 15, 20 years, and you'll see the Democrats, when they had complete domination and control of our federal government, actually created this problem for us. They refused to do what the Constitution said they had to do, and that was to submit a budget every year. No, we won't do that. We'll just get a continuing resolution and continue spending at the current levels for 6 months or a year, maybe an increase. And here we are. By the way, you won't hear this from the media, but this is only a partial shutdown. The government is not going to stop operating. The military is still there. Law enforcement is still there. The FBI is still there. FEMA, God help us, is still there. Essential services still there. Who gets laid off? What we call non-essential workers. Why are we paying taxes for non-essential government workers? There's a question for you. But the Democrats have been on a real losing streak lately. They need a victory. They need something to boost their morale. So they're going to shut things down right now and wait until they get that which they are demanding. Medical care for illegal immigrants. Medical care for criminals who have invaded our country and sit around with their hands out. These are the people the Democrats are fighting for. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out over the next week. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Fox 2.
I'm Michelle Polino on Netflix.
I'm feeling all of the emotions in the whole world.
Love is Blind returns with season 9, the iconic reality series in which a group of singles get to know one another and even get engaged without ever meeting face to face. This season, they're in Denver, Colorado. Nick and Vanessa Lachey co-host. Also, a Netflix interview with the Vampire returns for season 2. Originally aired in 2024 on AMC and executive produced by author Anne Rice, in which Louis and Claudia embed themselves in an undead theater company. Abbott Elementary, the hit sitcom, returns to ABC for season 5. New episodes hit Hulu the following day.
Templeton!
On HBO Max, Charlotte's Web, the 3-part animated series, adapted from the classic children's novel about the special friendship that develops between a young pig named Wilbur, voiced by Elijah Wood, and the spider played by Amy Adams living in his pen. Gene Smart and Cynthia Erivo co-star. That's Fox Tube on Fox News.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We have become a highly sought-after turf installation company in the Atlanta and North Georgia luxury residential market. Big reason for that is our installers are ATL Turf Co. employees. We do not outsource labor. They are trained to be experts in the turf installation process, drainage, grading. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
An attack at a synagogue on the holiest day of the year for Jews. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. It happened in England, leaving 2 victims dead, 3 others hospitalized. Fox's Jonathan Savage has details.
Police were called to the synagogue in Manchester, northwest England, after reports of people being hit by a car and stabbed. Officers arrived in minutes and the suspect was shot. Police can't approach to confirm his death because of suspicious items he was carrying. A bomb disposal team is at the scene. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer left a summit in Denmark to fly home.
Additional police assets are being deployed to synagogues across the country, and we will do everything to keep our Jewish community safe.
Well, because it's Yom Kippur, there won't be a Senate vote until tomorrow, so the government shutdown continues as Democrats keep blocking the Republican bill to extend funding 7 weeks. Vice President Vance says,
They said to us, we will open the government, but only if you give billions of dollars of funding for health care for illegal aliens. That's a ridiculous proposition.
But Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss tells Fox,
it is untrue. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for federal Medicaid dollars.
There are a number of health care provisions in the big, beautiful bill that Democrats are demanding to roll back as a condition to fund the government. Republicans in the White House say these provisions amount to giving health care to illegal aliens. There are a number of line items. They total almost $200 billion. Republicans enacted these reforms to restrict aliens, both lawfully present and illegal immigrants, from accessing federal health programs meant for American citizens.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich. A rough night for some Delta passengers stranded in New York City when one plane hit another.
The low-speed collision happened just before 10 between 2 Canadair regional jets operated by Endeavour Air, a subsidiary of Delta Airlines.
That's Fox's Ted Lindner. Now, the plane's passengers got off safely. None of them were injured. One flight attendant had a minor injury. America's listening to Fox.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/Mike.
I used to stand in the paint aisle staring at all those products and wondering which one actually worked. I wasted so much money on things that didn't help. Then I tried Blue Stop, and let me tell you, it works. It soothes my sore joints and stiff muscles fast, absorbs quickly, and even smells great. Millions of people already trust Blue Stop, and now I do too. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. If you want real relief, choose Blue Stop and feel the difference. Blue Stop at Walmart today.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Tug and Los until 10. Thank you for being here on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We enter day two of the government shutdown. Boy, it's terrible, ain't it? That's just awful. What are we going to do, Los?
I couldn't send my kids to school.
Yeah, that's right.
Nobody showed up at my mailbox.
Go!
The trash didn't get picked up.
Go!
Yeah, none of that happened, actually. Everything just proceeded just like normal.
Wonder why.
I mean, the government just couldn't find a way to cheat me out of my money for
right.
24 hours.
That's right.
Huh. They couldn't enrich themselves off of myself and Tug.
I don't know that most Americans are in any sort of panic like the Democrats hoped they would be, like the mainstream media tried to drum up this chaos, this fear. And it just seems like they have totally missed the ball. It was sitting up on a tee, and they swung and missed because nobody seems to care. It's not affected me in any way. I'm not saying it doesn't affect anybody. I'm not trying to say that. But the overwhelming majority, are not being affected by it.
No, I would say probably in the 97, 98% range.
Yeah.
Maybe you planned on going to a national park.
And the door was locked. You had to walk around it and just view it from the outside.
You couldn't go through the front gate.
Yeah. But the beauty is that the Trump administration, and whomever it would be in the White House, just so happens to be Trump, they get to choose what stays open and what is funded. They take the funding that they have and say, okay, we're picking and choosing. Here's what we want open, and here's what we'll let close.
I don't know that this feels like any sort of detriment to us.
It does not.
Because if you're telling me that I get to now doge the hell out of the federal workforce,
woohoo!
I saw this number.
Let's go.
I want to bring this up with you to open up the 8 o'clock hour. This is from Benny Johnson. He had this as part of his broadcast yesterday. He says, Tug, are you sitting down?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just want to make sure you were ready. Jure, are you sitting down for this?
Knock us over.
I can stand up if you need me to.
No.
Pop to attention.
This is a sit-down moment.
So as Benny Johnson points out, the average private sector worker earns $65,000. The average federal employee, remember, they don't produce anything, earns $106,000.
Good heavens.
That's 40% more than what the private sector worker makes. State and local government employees, again, they don't produce anything, but they're state and local. Their average is $82,000.
Still more than the private sector.
As he points out, it's completely backwards. We are the profitable and productive part of society. Something is horribly wrong, and there needs to be a total and complete resetting, and it all starts with the government.
And that's what Donald Trump has promised to do. He campaigned on it. He said, we're going to shrink the federal government, because that was the thing that I wanted for him to do and be successful at the very most. And now the Democrats said, hey, I've got this silver platter. Can I give it to you?
Here you go.
Can I give it to you?
We're fighting so hard for illegals. If you want to cut federal workers, we dare you. I don't really need the dare.
Seriously.
Didn't I already show you what I'm willing to do?
Yeah, I'm ready to do it. The Doge thing was just the opening salvo. Now that you've handed this over to me on a silver platter, we're going to furlough people that like you said, produce nothing, earn 40% more than the private sector, and then we're going to let them go, and it's irreversible, Donald Trump's word.
I would like for somebody out there, when you drive into your company and whatever it is you happen to be making, there is a corresponding employee who works for the federal government who does something similar to what you do. Yet they don't work on Fridays. In fact, most of the time they don't even show up near the office, and they make 40% more. And you're sitting back going, well, wait a minute, I'm part of a company that actually produces a good. We provide a service. This is what we do for the community. The other person does none of this, and it's 40% more. And to think that the 3 million federal workers, that is more than Amazon and Walmart combined, and they're making on average 40% more.
Why do you think your deficit the way it is? Why do you think the money that the federal government spends at your expense is what it is? And they would love to keep it and grow it.
Why are 3 out of the 4 richest counties in America all centered around D.C.? They have found themselves a way to enrich themselves off of your back. So when there's 100,000 federal employees that are going away and we're cheering and they wonder, what monsters? What are you doing? This is the way it's supposed to be.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely right.
You were never supposed to be able to get rich off of my back.
Right. It's when you serve. Think about this. When some guy that has a kid that wants to play soccer or t-ball, he's out there volunteering. He's not picking up a paycheck. He's providing a service out of the goodness of his own heart. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't reimburse people that come from their home and come to do the government's business, but they shouldn't be getting rich. I think it should be actually a challenge for people to serve. I think it should be difficult. I think the bar should be raised, and you should have to want to do the people's work and do the will of the people and for the good of the people. I think it should be a challenge because it's too easy now.
This is the theft that has gone on, and I will call it theft. Here's the reason why. We largely grew up in a time period where if you chose to do work for the state or the federal government, let's just say if you wanted to be a firefighter or a policeman, we all had the belief that you were going to make less than the private sector, but at the end of that rainbow, you would have a pension. And that wasn't always going to be available in the private sector, but you would be taken care of. And we all agreed, like, that seems like a pretty good deal. Yes, you're making significantly less than many Americans, but at the end, there will be a pension for you, and that'll take care of you for the remaining years of your life. When I say theft, what they've created is a system in which you're not a firefighter, you're not a policeman, yet you're going to make more, 40% more than a regular private sector employee, and the private sector will then pay for your pension on the other end.
You're a bureaucrat that does the job of...
No. You want to know why they're hated?
Because they do nothing. They don't do anything. They don't provide anything. They don't create anything, as you pointed out. They do nothing, and they get paid. And then, to add to it, there's 5 or 10 of them.
Yes, they're redundant.
They're redundant. Companies can't work that way. No private sector company could work that way. So why do we allow our federal government to work that way? It's not beneficial to you. It's definitely not beneficial to your pocketbook. We should demand that it work more closely to the private sector. We have to demand it. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. He's like, believe me, I'm going to fix this. We're going down this path.
So as we go into day 2 of the shutdown, Tug and I really aren't all that concerned.
0%. If I could get to less than 0.
Too bad.
I know, right? All
shucks.
Can I give you, as of 10 minutes ago, Trump's latest post on this? It's a bit relevant. I have a meeting today with Russ Vought, he of Project 2025 fame, to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are a political scam, he recommends to be cut and whether or not those cuts will be temporary or permanent.
Let's go.
Okay. Thank you for opening that door.
Because that's exactly what we were hoping for.
That's exactly what it says. I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity.
You're talking about, remember the silver platter?
Yeah. Here you go.
There you go.
It's like, not only are you going to get a bunch of your minions fired,
yep.
At the same time, you're also not going to get the benefits for illegals.
You get nothing. Matter of fact, you're taking a step backwards. Hopefully a couple steps backwards.
And Newt Gingrich had this nailed hours before it started. He talked about there are only 2 bad options here for the Democrats. It's like, why don't you just pass the CR? He's like, because your only 2 options here are both terrible.
Yeah, that's right.
And they chose terrible option 1.
Yeah, right. But I even think, because you would have the ire of your voters, that small portion of people that still vote in the Democrat Party. You would have their ire. They're angry with you. They would be angry with you for working and cooperating with the Trump administration. The other side is physically having people that you have put into place, call it deep state, whatever you want. It definitely redundant, more workers than we need, not accomplishing anything. Those guys getting cut. So I think they chose the worst possible route, because if you got the ire of your voters, a month from now they're not even talking about it. It's not even a story in mainstream media.
This is so strange, the power vacuum it's creating, because so much of this points to the end of at least Chuck Schumer. That had you worked with Donald Trump, well, then you just went against the 18%. The party majority, 18% of Democrats said, stop Trump at all costs. All right, like that's the last of the power. And that's what Chuck Schumer was having to deal with. So, again, you create a power vacuum, and who looks to step into it? I'll give you an example. Here's one AOC who went on television. Remember, she's a House member. She has nothing to do with what's going on in the Senate. And yet, she looked at this as this clever move. She looked at this as, here's an opportunity.
And I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly. Because what I'm not going to do is tolerate 4 million uninsured Americans because Donald Trump decided one day that he wants to just make sure that kids are dying because they don't have access to insurance. That's what's not going to happen. And so if those senators think that we're having a shutdown because of me, they're free to enter my office and negotiate, because what we're not going to do is allow all of millions of people in this country to not be able to afford their insulin and their chemotherapy. So come strike a deal with me if that's what they really think is going on.
Now, let me point out that I don't believe that she is the most shrewd, the sharpest person. Again, it was a bartender, albeit bartender, actress, she's got a degree. It's not like she's a dummy, but politically she's stepped in things quite often where you go, that was very easily avoidable. Pushing Amazon out of New York and having 6-figure jobs, 20,000 of them disappear.
Just walk away.
That's a bad idea. Like, there's just certain things you just don't need to push. So I don't think she's the most politically shrewd person. I do, however, think this is a shrewd move within the civil war that's going on in the Democrats, where it is the new blood versus the old blood. We played James Carville yesterday, how upset he is over the new blood Democrats. He's like, y'all can't win.
And they can't.
And they can't. They haven't won with this idea. So now that we have AOC, I want you to listen to Nancy Pelosi, Grandma Vodka. When it was presented to her who's in charge, Grandma Vodka did not care for it one bit.
There was a thought from the Republicans that AOC is directing this, and she said that senators are welcome to go to her office directly. Is she driving that?
Why are you saying such a ridiculous thing?
I'm just quoting what AOC said. She said go to her office directly. Do you think there's any credibility to that?
She's not directing this. She's wonderful. She's a real team player and the rest of that. You started by saying Republicans saying that she's directing this. She is not. Hakeem Jeffries is. And this takes a lot of experience, a lot of unity from the caucus in terms of the point of view. And that's what this is. She's an articulate spokesperson for her point of view, Hakeem Jeffries.
This is not me. Like, I didn't invent this civil war I've told you about. It's really happening. You can hear her, that's ridiculous. And then it's like, oh, I got to throttle this thing back quite a bit. Now she's
real. She almost said it.
That's
too.
exactly right. That's exact, because I wrote it down. She is all but about to drop and call her some ugly names.
And then it turned into,
she's wonderful. She's great.
She's articulate for her vision and her points. Yes, that is the civil war that's going on in the Democrat Party. And it's really highlighted. They look at their leadership as being weak and middling. And so AOC is the one who's stepping into that power vacuum of like, I'll handle this. Well, you're not in the Senate, but it's the perception. It's the view of, well, she's going to get it done for us. That she's the real fighter. Look at what the rest of these people are doing. It is a battle that's going on. This is the reason why the left is going to lose this. Because
wonderful. She's a real team player.
Freaking team player.
Tug's a real good dude.
Real team player. But to your point, 35% of the Democrat Party believes that they have strong leadership. She is showing up going, I'll be the leader.
Why don't you do it over here?
I'll be the leader.
I'll take care of this.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the game that's being played right now.
And I love the fact that the Republicans are just stepping back and letting it happen.
Y'all do your thing.
Absolutely.
We're good over here.
Y'all just go ahead. Because so many times in the past, Los, the Republicans would step in it. And you're like, no! What are you doing?
The Republicans for a long time, especially during the Biden administration, were always afraid of being blamed for any potential shutdown. And so even though we on this program would talk about like, hey, I hope there's a shutdown.
Good.
The Republicans are always like, we'll avoid it. We don't want to get blamed for it. For anyone who ever tried to point out, well, there's no shutdowns under Joe Biden. Yeah, it's because that Republican Party for that time period were weak. They didn't have a spine.
That's right.
This group right now, based on the strength of Donald J. Trump, is going, all right, this is what we're doing.
And then backed up by the vice president.
Yes.
He is so out. The man physically went down to the press briefing, the White House press briefing, just to make sure, because you can watch any of the networks. They can avoid putting the vice president on. When he's in front of your reporters giving you what is the truth, you can spin it any way you want, but you can't act like it didn't happen.
Yeah, when he's at the factory in Ohio or Michigan, you can choose not to take it.
Yeah, you don't have to report on it at all.
What happens when he steps in front of Caroline Leavitt?
And your reporter is there. What are they going to do? Not ask questions? They've got to be engaged with him. And then that makes it a story, and that makes it someone or something that they have to report on. It's not what they want to do. It's almost like the trap, right? He just lays the trap, and they walk right into it and have to report on it. But the Democrats have lost a powerful ally. I was surprised to see. I thought it was impossible. They've lost a really, really important ally when it comes to spreading misinformation, pushing the narrative, trying to convince you of it. Tell you who that is next on Xtra 106.3.
She's wonderful. She's a real team player and the rest of that.
So good.
Morning Extra from 6 to 10. Glenn Beck until noon. Clay and Buck from noon to 3. And The Kimmer Show on your ride home from 3 to 6. Plus Jesse Kelly from 6 to 9. And Jimmy Vela from 9 to midnight. The voices you need all day with the conservative voice of Atlanta. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Walked out of the house this morning, was glad that I had some sleeves on. There is a chill in the air. Or at least it was the early this morning. It'll probably burn off a little bit, but it just reminded me, hey, fall is here. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, making it the perfect time to upgrade your comfort. For a limited time, you can get $2,100 in rebates and 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit from Chuck and his team at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. Save up front and then no interest for 5 full years. Brand new carrier system from Central Heating and Air Conditioning delivers dependability, efficiency, and comfort that you want your family to have. I want my family to have it. And Central and Carrier have set the standard in heating and cooling for years and years and generations. Now's your chance to bring that cooling and that heat when you need it right to your home and save like you've not been able to save in quite some time. $2,100 in rebates, 60 months, 0% financing with approved credit. Here's how you do it. Call them at Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and you will speak with an actual person. You won't be sent into automation, which is just one of the many reasons that it's great to work with Chuck and his team at Central. 770-GET-HEAT is the number. Go to centralheat.com.
Join Daniel Matalon, CEO of A Second Chance Bail Bonds, and co-host Tug Cowart as they bring together law enforcement, justice insiders, and voices from every part of the justice system, victims, advocates, and people who've turned their lives around. It's not PR, it's not fluff. It's an honest talk about what's working, what's broken, and how to build a better path forward, one second chance at a time. This week's guest is former Clayton County Sheriff and current candidate for Congress in Georgia's 5th District, Victor Hill. Justice Unfiltered. Unfiltered, informed, and unbiased.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards. So you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Pete Davis here, and football is in full swing. And Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, passing yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I play too. This season, I'm looking at Michael Penix Jr. to go higher on touchdown projections and Drake London to go higher on receiving yards. It's simple, it's fun, and it keeps me locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with promo code 1063 to score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. A Cobb County woman has been arrested for setting fire to a church in Austell. Aries Jordan is charged with arson and terroristic threats. Police say she intentionally set fire to the Prayer City Eagles Chapel on Monday night, causing about $4 million in damage. She's also accused of sending threatening messages to the pastor of the church. Cobb County students once again posted the highest SAT scores in Metro Atlanta with an average of 1,116 out of 1,600. The district improved by 11 points over last year and outperformed Atlanta, DeKalb, Fulton, and Marietta City schools. Top schools included Walton at 1260 and Lassiter at 1206, both ranking among the best in the state. And Town Center Community Improvement District Director Tracy Stiff has been named 2025 Citizen of the Year by the Smyrna Area Council. Stiff has secured over $130 million in grants for projects like the Skip Span Connector and Noonday Creek Trail. Her portfolio now includes 15 active projects focusing on transportation, public spaces, and regional connectivity. Today's weather clear and sunny with highs in the mid-70s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Call Chuck and his team today. You will not get put into automation. You'll speak with someone who works for Chuck at Central. I hate automation. If you do too, just one of the tiniest reasons to call Central.
And if you have the golden ticket, and if you have some units with some age, you want the golden ticket. It is worth it year in, year out for them to come out, take care of it twice a year, get everything set up for you. And if you do have a problem, they're at your house like that day, next day. This isn't, hey, we'll see you next week, which is typical of what happens. When you got that subscription, you were golden.
Yeah, 24 hours, sometimes the same day.
It's been shocking when they're like, hey, we can be there later this evening. I'm like, really?
That's amazing.
Awesome. Thank you.
No, it's the best.
Totally worth it.
Especially when you're in the dead of summer.
Oh.
And the AC went out overnight and you have to call them first thing in the morning and they're like, we can be out there this afternoon.
Georgia-Florida game about 5 or 6 years ago, I'm guessing, maybe a little bit beyond that. The AC on our main unit went out. That phone call, because we're about to have like 25 people over, that phone call immediately went over to Central. And they had somebody out to patch everything up and get everything going that afternoon. It's like, thank you for saving the party.
It's unbeatable. Just give them a call, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Live the way Los and I do, in comfort.
I love that. You want real comfort?
I'm just telling you.
This is how you're going to get it. I'm a fan. I am a fan.
You can tell me all kinds of things. Comfort is my favorite. No, nothing hurts me like pain. I don't want anything to do with it. Oh man.
Hey, I don't like to run.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I've been doing better working out a little bit. That's right. I've been doing better though. I've been working out, and that can be painful sometimes. But I've been doing better. Los is encouraging that. Jeray is also encouraging. So we do things to get right around here, and Central will get you right at home with your comfort. Now the Democrats are probably just blown away, shocked within an inch of their life when the Washington Post lit them up for entering this government shutdown from a position of weakness, saying Democrats walked into Trump's trap that he set. They're going to lose this fight. They point out that Trump is in charge of what gets funded, what doesn't. And that's what we've been pointing out to you for days leading up to this. Then he can choose to fire whoever he wants, furlough whoever he wants, and then fire them, and then that's irreversible. The winning streak is starting now, man. Being able to shrink the federal government, which was one of his priorities. That's the reason I voted for him. It's probably the reason you voted for him, is shrinking the size of the federal government. It's so incredible to see the Washington Post absolutely excoriate the Democrats for this.
I just wonder about the intelligence of the politics. Did you not see this coming? I mean, so much of politics.
Well, and Donald Trump was waving his hands, telling
you. Like, he was like out in front of the plane.
He's like, I can't wait.
With the lights going like, hey, here's what's going to happen. I'm waving it at you.
The little orange lights.
I'm telling you how this is going to play.
Come on this way.
I think so much of politics, and this is why I encourage anybody who follows this stuff, this is why you're part of that 1%. The 1% that has a pretty good idea what's coming. You can see the forest through the trees. You know instinctually what's going to happen. You always have to kind of think of this in politics 3 steps ahead. If you're only thinking 1 step ahead, you're 2 steps behind.
Yeah, you're lost. You're lost.
And the Democrats seem like they're playing this only thinking 1 step ahead.
Which is crazy because it's always been, and we've given them so much crap over the years. The Republicans always seemed to be doing that.
Reactionary politics.
Always.
Yes.
Every time. And it would infuriate us. We're like, what are you doing?
How did you step in that again?
We knew it. If we knew it, how did you not know it?
It's Lucy's just sitting there going like, kick this football, guys. Come on in.
It's nice over here. And now it's like Donald Trump has shaken up the muddy water and said, no, we're not doing that anymore. And this is from the Washington Post article. Russ Vought now has extraordinary authority to choose which agencies to close, what spending to prioritize, and even which government workers to lay off. Trump, again, waving the things, those lights that they use at the airport, whatever they're called. Trump, I don't know what they're called. As Trump warned on Tuesday, again, him waving his arms, telling you we can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible. I don't know how the Democrats fell into the trap, and that's exactly, like I said, that's exactly what the Washington Post call it. The left are forced to walk into the trap laid by Donald Trump.
They don't know what the they're doing. You understand that?
Yes.
This is the surprising part to me. And this is why you have Democrats that get so upset with their leadership right now. If you want to sell me that Donald Trump he's an authoritarian, he's a dictator, he's a fascist. If you're going to sell all of that, then why would you give him more power?
And that's the question the Washington Post is asking.
Like, why would you allow this man that you've painted him to be all of these things, knowing that he doesn't have the power to do any of the things you're saying, and then you gave him that power?
Silver platter.
Here you go. Like, what part of this is it just that illegals are that important, that paramount to all of this, that you're willing to say cut as many federal workers as you want?
It's the linchpin of them getting back into power. That's their voting base.
They have to depend on illegals, people that are not supposed to be here, people that are not supposed to vote. They have to take care of them first before even federal workers. Now, if you tell me, like, let's take care of one or the other, I'd be like, let me take care of the Americans, okay? Like I told you, I'm an aggressive nationalist when it comes to this stuff.
They are not.
They are not. What are their priorities? Illegals.
Because that's where their power derives from. And we learned earlier, and we talked about it, how the Democrats, without the money for illegals, that's the reason they shut this thing down. States like California spend $8.5 billion on Medicare for illegals. And all of that actually props up the entirety of California's healthcare system.
Yes, without this money, it collapses.
Doctors don't get paid. Hospitals don't get paid. They are in deep crap. And they know it. And that's why they have to shut it down. That's why they can't participate when it seems so obvious and clear. This would be such an easy fix, and politically, it'd cause a firestorm with your 18% approval. Those folks who still approve of what you do, it would cause a firestorm You think MSNBC is going to report on that? No. They're going to give you the next download, and you're going to forget about it. If you're a voter for the Democrat, it would go away so quickly, but the problem is they can't let it.
We talked about this early in the 7 o'clock hour. If you were to explain to a Floridian, a Georgian, anybody from Ohio or Michigan or Minnesota, that the reason why your government is shut down is because the government has to come up with the money to fund the problems going in California. That if California cannot pay for the health care of illegals to the tune of, 8-point-something billion?
8.5.
If they can't do that, then the Democrats are going to lose a bunch of illegals out of California. They will move on, they will go home, or they won't vote, or they won't turn out. If you explain to anybody from any other state, I think they would be disgusted with what the Democrats are doing.
Sure
That's
they would.
why,
Sure they would.
when it comes right down to it, the news media will not cover that the reason why this is happening is because we have to prop up California.
Then, if you look at the states that we went through earlier, maybe in the 6 o'clock hour, I don't recall, but J.D. Vance and Elise Stefanik shared this flyer for illegals to get Medicaid. If you're an illegal alien in America, in New York, you can get Medicaid. Now, the Democrats have told you, well, no, there's no illegals on Medicaid. What happens is the states take that federal money and they can do anything they want to. They can do anything they choose to do with it until it dries up, until it goes away. You have that going on in New York. You have that going on in North Carolina. You got it going on in California. There are state after state, specifically blue states, that are doing this exact same thing that should set you off. It should make you go, this is not right, and I won't stand for it. I'm glad that Donald Trump has said, shut it down. Shut it down. We're fine with it. We win either way.
Make the argument to everyday Americans. And that's why right now the Democrats are arguing on the fringes. They're telling you, we're trying to take care of health care for Americans. All right, explain to me how. Because I thought this was really good from Clay Travis yesterday. Clay Travis talked about the dumb move that he made, and he likened it to this. He talked about how he had a period where, as a business owner, he was not covered by his insurance. As again, small business owner, he took out his own insurance policy. He said something had lapsed on it, as how he was describing it. He said so when he went to the doctor's office with a kid with strep, they treated him like he was uninsured, and he was like, "Yeah, it wasn't really that expensive.
It actually was probably cheaper. I've seen that happen a bunch of times."
And then he said he took his next after it kicked back in. His next child back to the doctor who had strep as well. He goes, and it was a crazy bill that got sent to insurance. He was like, it cost me more out of pocket and it cost a crazy amount. It's like because the medical industry is completely broken in that regard.
And it ain't getting fixed anytime soon.
So when you say, well, we're trying to take care of this for Americans, I think most Americans right now, when it comes to the medical field, I don't think that they look at it in really high regards. At least I don't. Yeah, I don't. I look at doctors as a clown show these days. I'm like, what you all did in 2020 and 2021, those of you that took part in all that silliness, you got clown shoes on every day, brother.
Clown nose.
Like I still
like your Fauci t-shirt.
Yes, I still remember having to be in the hospital, going in for a procedure, and I had one of the doctors like, so have you had your COVID shot? I was like, no. He's like, well, you really need to get it. I was like, I really don't.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
I was like, who's greasing your wheels here, brother?
But isn't that great that we've gotten to a place? And I'm not saying that every doctor's bad, and neither is Los. There are plenty of them out there that are trying to do the right thing.
I'm saying as an industry.
As an industry, it is absolutely broken. But isn't it great that we don't look at doctors as deities anymore?
Yes, good.
Because we did for many years.
So that's where the Democrats have this problem. They keep on trying to talk about, well, we're trying with the health care. The insurance now, and here's a big difference between us. I will talk poorly about health insurance. I'm not shooting any CEOs.
Yeah, that's very different.
All right, there's a difference of extremes here. Yeah. But I will sit back and say, if you're going to be a Democrat and trying to argue over, well, we're trying to do this for the medical field, for the health insurance industry, it's all crap to most of us. We're not trying to help them at all.
And Obamacare is what put the spotlight on it like never before.
Steaming pile.
That's exactly right. We had never looked at the healthcare industry the way that we do now, ever. It was always whatever the doctor said, that's what we're doing. Now it is, well, let's think about this. Is this what's best for our kids? From vaccines to payment, every step in between, even the discussion you have with your doctor. Because the same way, I went and did my my yearly checkup. Doc said, "You had a flu shot?" I was like, "No." And he didn't even go.
Nope.
Yeah, he didn't. But because of the tone,
yeah,
he didn't even address it. He was just like,
"Okay, let's keep it moving."
Next. So I don't want to have this discussion. And look, my doctor's a great guy. Believes along the same lines that we do. So I was actually a little bit surprised to even ask, but maybe obligation.
I think my answers predominantly are going to be hell no.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm good. But just breaking down that false wall that doctors know everything. Do they know a lot? Sure. Are there good ones out there? Again, I'll reiterate, yes. But are they the end-all, be-all? Should you make every decision solely based on what they say, take it to heart, what they say is the gospel? No, you should never do that. Ever. Ever, ever. When we come back, Joy Reid is back to doing what she does best. It's actually what got her fired. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. The Major League Baseball playoffs continue today with some elimination games. Cleveland hosts Detroit this afternoon in a do-or-die game. That will start at 3 o'clock. Then later on, the same goes to the Chicago Cubs. They host the San Diego Padres. Loser goes home. First pitch is set for 5 o'clock, and the New York Yankees host the Boston Red Sox. That game will decide whose season comes to an end. That game will start at 8 p.m. As for the LA Dodgers, they eliminated the Cincinnati Reds last night, 8-4 the final. The Dodgers will now face the Philadelphia Phillies starting on Saturday. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Big moments deserve big-time craftsmanship. At Solomon Brothers Jewelers, we've been family-owned and operated since 1982 because we know what it means to show up when it counts. Jaron Solomon here, and that's why we're proud to be an official Tacori jeweler. Each Tacori ring is handcrafted in California, going through 20 elite artisans before it hits your hands. Not mass-produced, not generic, always personal. And with Solomon Brothers, you get lifetime cleanings, unbeatable financing, and the largest Tacori selection in Georgia. Stop by a store in Buckhead, Alpharetta, or Sharpsburg. Visit SolomonBrothers.com to book your private appointment. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, where love is in the details and legends are built to last. Solomon Brothers Jewelers, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and official jeweler of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets.
Hey, Atlanta Braves fans, this is Kelly Kroll asking you to step up to the plate for the men and women who have served our country and protected our freedom. The Warrior Alliance, an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, is helping thousands of veterans to achieve success after military service. Either you or someone you know has served and deserves our support. The best way to say thank you for your service is by helping a veteran round the bases on their journey home. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPsetc.com.
Senior software data engineer positions offered by Travelport LP in Atlanta, Georgia.
Design, implement, and optimize high-throughput distributed software solutions with a focus on scalability, reliability, and performance. Employee reports to Atlanta, Georgia, but may telecommute from any location in the U.S. Please submit resume and transcripts to America's Business Partners at travelport.com. Reference job ID 9252566.
Military Matters.
A day after giving a blistering lecture to more than 600 American generals and admirals about the new mission of the U.S. military.
No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum lethality, and authority for warfighters.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth joined White House advisor Stephen Miller in Memphis after the president vowed to send the National Guard to deal with crime and immigrants.
I see the guns and bats in this room. You are unleashed.
President Trump spoke about the war within.
I told Pete we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, National Guard, but military.
Eliciting this response from Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan, an Air Force veteran who spoke to CNN.
It's horrifying, and it should send chills down the spines of every American. This is not the way that our U.S. military is supposed to be used. It's designed to be used.
For Military Matters at the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
The only thing better than covering all these Trump wins is watching the left implode over it.
Donald Trump is entertaining the world while he's changing the whole freaking planet.
Extra 106.3 is committed to bring you the news you care about most. From Atlanta legends and conservative voices you've relied on for a generation. Proud to be Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Joy Reid has one mode, one method, and that's it. That's kind of what it sounds like. Grouchy all the time, just miserable, just angry all the time.
Like Aunt Peg. My uncle, I
had to mute on social media.
I did. I guess it's called snooze.
Yeah, for 30 days.
I snoozed for 30 days. I was like, it's just too much.
That's the same here. It's like exactly.
I don't want to do it.
It was just after a while, it just gets so grating and so old. And to Joy Reid, it got so grating and so old. It was what, 57,000?
Okay, so it got to the point when you were hosting on MSNBC, a decent number, like one where you get to keep your job, is 1 million viewers. Okay, like Rachel Maddow, when she was doing well, it was like 1.82 million. It's like, all right, that's huge. Joy Reid and the Readout was doing 52,000 at the end. 52,000. And now, keep in mind, their numbers fell. And so, like, a good show at MSNBC was doing like 250,000. She was doing 52,000. So, either one of two things happened. The content was just so bad, the race baiting, all that politics was just so bad it wasn't going to work. Or MSNBC's audience got more racist. Right? I mean, isn't that the game?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't show up because you're racist.
That's right.
You didn't watch Joy Reid because you're racist.
Or misogynistic. Could be that.
So, yes, one or the other. So, Joy Reid, who during her time at MSNBC was making $3 million.
Good heavens.
So, good for her. Good work if you can get it. That's why I told you, when we go over there and do our show, we'll do it for a third, and we'll deliver you a big audience, and it'll be like truth-telling with Tug and Los.
It'll be better than 52,000.
We're going to do better than 52,000 without a problem. Now, I just want to give you this note. This is from N Wokeness, who makes it a point that in Guyana, the average salary there for a year is $5,200.
A year.
A year. $5,200. Joy Reid was making $3 million at MSNBC, and this will highlight just how miserable these people are and why she had 52,000 viewers. Take a listen as she's part of a forum, and she's asked about her experience at MSNBC and its experience in this country.
I mean, and as somebody who's, my parents, my father was from the Congo and my mother was from Guyana. And so they were the immigrants who came here on purpose and they got the rude awakening. My mother got the rude awakening, like, oh, it's racist here. That's weird. For some reason, she went, why tell me? Why go to Bristol? Yeah, she's like, tell me this is the land of opportunity, but not for me. It's so weird.
It's the land of opportunity, but not for me.
$3 million a year?
She says her parents got here from Africa and were like, this land is very racist.
She made $3 million. What's that, 1% of the country makes that kind of money? One? Maybe one?
And yet, how do you end up with 52,000 viewers? You have to have this level. It's that woke mindset. It's like acidic. All you do is buy into victimhood, victim mentality.
And a chance she believes what she's spitting out.
I don't know. I mean, why do you think Aunt Peg puts her stuff she does on Facebook? Why do you think my uncle spends every day? The man lives, the man doesn't pay for his house. It's taken care of by his mother. And always has been. And
Let me
yet,
guess, he's the victim.
And yet, he's the one who's like the truth teller. I'm going to speak truth to power. I'm going to tell you about what's unfair. Dude, you've been taken care of. You're pampered.
Your entire life. You're a grown-ass man.
You're 65 years old. You're pampered. And yet, here's your mentality that you're somehow still the victim.
I assume people who are always taken care of have so much time to find the injustices because they don't got to work. They don't got to do anything. They don't produce anything. 52,000. She made $3 million
with 52,000 viewers.
So you're clearly not doing the job that you're paid $3 million to do. So you got time to sit around and just think, well, what's wrong with the world and how do I fix it?
And if you ever wanted to know, like, the rest of the story, the Paul Harvey moment, no one's hired her and no one's listening to her own work. Like, she put out a podcast, and what I will tell you is this. From somebody who's done this podcast work before and decided I'm going to do it again, I'm willing to bet I could catch her in just a couple of months. Because it's not that hard. The numbers aren't that big for her. Because her content is not good.
Which is the reason people go to podcasts or listen to shows like The Morning Extra. You provide them something that they can't get elsewhere. You're providing a perspective that maybe they've not heard, not thought about, or one that they are like, I want to make sure that I am seeing this the right way. I want to get a perspective, a different perspective, so I can make sure that I'm seeing this the way that I believe is correct, that I believe is the right way of looking at it. And man, I tell you, people like Joy Reid are everything that's wrong with mainstream media. Everything. She is the poster child for what's wrong with MSNBC, CNN, and any of the other mainstream media outlets. She's I can't think of anybody that looks more like that, as far as being just useless that I can tell. And not has no desire to become useful that I can tell those.
I'm just taking a look at it. So considering what her backing is, you have somebody who was a person who was hosting in evenings on MSNBC, and her podcast is currently ranked on downloads 151st in the country. Now, that sounds like, wow, it's 151st because there's literally thousands and thousands and thousands. Yet 151st is not impressive given where she came from at all.
Yeah. And there's not a chance that podcast is making $3 million a year.
No, probably not.
Because it's the same content that got her fired and had 52,000 viewers. Gosh, man. She's no dummy. That's the one thing that we try to point out on the show, that these people are not dumb. They know exactly what they're doing in most instances.
She did what she did to get her $3 million. There's nothing dumb about that.
11 years that she was at MSNBC. 11.
My question becomes, when the marketplace changes, when things in this world are altering, are you smart enough to alter with it? Like, there's a reason why a guy, and that's the problem, there's a reason why a guy like Chris Cuomo still has a career.
Yes.
He pivoted from everything that was CNN, everything that was COVID, found himself another place where I can be a little more centrist and I will point out where I made mistakes. To think that Joe Rogan went from, I'm into MMA and I interview these people and I'm typically a hippie, to, yeah, I'll have on J.D. Vance and I'll have on Donald Trump and I'm going to vote this way, but I wouldn't consider myself a Republican. I've changed my viewpoints. Elon Musk left the Democrat Party. You have to have a certain level of flexibility to do this. I think Joy Reid highlights what happens when you're completely inflexible.
You have no ability to look at the other side, no ability to reason. You just know, here's what I'm supposed to say, and here's what I'm going to say. And I'm going to just regurgitate the things that have been proven wrong over and over again, that have been proven incorrect, that are the talking points that the Democrat. I feel like most of the time she's reading off an email, just like what was it on The View, just like Whoopi did the other day. Had they literally
I got an email here.
The card in front of her, and you can just see her looking at it and reading it. And that's exactly what Joy Reid does.
By the way, Megyn Kelly, who started a podcast 5 years ago in her kids' room, she's 2nd overall in news and 16th overall in the country.
That's big time, man.
Again, nothing wrong with like 150. That's still impressed, but where you came from, it just kind of points out you weren't doing an audience to start with.
And you have zero credibility.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Because Megyn, dude, she's taken on Trump. She's supported Trump. There's never been a time where you like, oh, she is going to be the mouthpiece for this, whatever this is.
Trump has these 2 iconic moments from 2016. He's got when he's on stage with Hillary and he points out that, yeah, I take advantage of the tax code just like you do. And the reason why you're not going to change it is because of all your donors. Like, that was the moment where everyone's oh, my God. The other one is when he's sitting on the Republican stage with 13 other people, or at the time, what was it? They split it like 7 and 7.
Something like that.
And Megyn Kelly, who's going at him about stuff he said about women. And he's like, no, I only said it about one. Referring to Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, that's right. So a serious moment and then a humorous moment.
It was a genius moment, and it was quite simply at the expense of Megyn Kelly. And yet it created a funny moment where she's like, yeah, I caught it on that end.
Yeah.
But I still back this guy.
Yeah, and then there's been times when she didn't and she disagreed.
Sure.
But that's the thing.
But that's credibility. That's flexibility.
That's exactly right. It's the point you're making. She's not afraid to go against him if she needs to or if she feels like she should. Dude, that's why I'm impressed by her. And she's got this big tour that's going to be starting, and our friend Phil Holloway's going to be part of it. He told me yesterday he gets to introduce Megyn Kelly at the stop here in town. So proud for Phil Holloway. Such a good dude, lawyer here in town. You can find him at Phil Holloway Esquire if you're looking for him on social media. When we come back on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts. 770-GET-HEAT. CentralHeat.com. Do the facts even matter nowadays? That's the next conversation on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, here we go again. It's another government shutdown. I don't know how good your memory is, but go back 15, 20 years, and you'll see the Democrats, when they had complete domination and control of our federal government, actually created this problem for us. They refused to do what the Constitution said they had to do, and that was to submit a budget every year. No, we won't do that. We'll just get a continuing resolution and continue spending at the current levels for 6 months or a year, maybe an increase. And here we are. By the way, you won't hear this from the media, but this is only a partial shutdown. The government is not going to stop operating. The military is still there. Law enforcement is still there. The FBI is still there. FEMA, God help us, is still there. Essential services still there. Who gets laid off? What we call non-essential workers. Why are we paying taxes for non-essential government workers? There's a question for you. But the Democrats have been on a real losing streak lately. They need a victory. They need something to boost their morale. So they're going to shut things down right now and wait until they get that which they are demanding. Medical care for illegal immigrants, medical care for criminals who have invaded our country and sit around with their hands out. These are the people the Democrats are fighting for. It'll be interesting to see how this all plays out over the next week. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite, if there's fire, you can grill. At Southern Thunder Barbecue School, our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick-cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. It's a hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill, grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbarbecue.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
This is House Call for Health. With the school year now in full swing, health experts are warning parents to watch for signs of burnout, as a child's schedule can fill up pretty quickly. Pediatric psychologists with Cleveland Clinic say if you notice changes in a child's sleep, eating habits, mood, or grades, they may be juggling more than they can handle. They suggest helping them prioritize tasks that matter the most while still making space for extracurriculars. One psychologist says extracurricular activities give children an outlet outside of the things they have to do. They provide opportunities for peer interaction, offer structure, and help them learn time management skills. The Cleveland Clinic notes some stress is normal, but too much can take a toll on a child's mental and physical health. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health, I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
The government remains shut down. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and it will at least until tomorrow when the next vote is set on a funding bill Democrats do not support.
Rather than fund local law enforcement and release the Epstein files, they would rather shut down the entire government and make this whole country suffer.
Congressman Jake Auchincloss also tells Fox Democrats want provisions in the bill to undo changes in health care coverage and subsidies that loom at the end of the year. They say it'll cost Americans more. Vice President Vance says
President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accuses Republicans of, quote, lying about illegal immigrants getting health care aid. Mass firings could begin this weekend. President Trump says the shutdown gives him the chance to, quote, clear out dead wood, waste, and fraud.
Fox's Chad Perkman at the Capitol. The president just posted on Truth Social he'll meet today with the director of the Office of Management and Budget to determine which of what he calls Democrat agencies should be cut and if the cuts will be temporary or permanent. Now to England, where a synagogue was attacked on
the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur.
Fox's Greg Palcott in London says it happened in Manchester.
A man drove his car into a crowd, ramming the people outside. Also, apparently got out of the car and with a knife started to stab as well.
2 people are dead, 3 wounded. The attacker was killed by police. At New York's LaGuardia Airport, a low-speed collision late last night between 2 Delta regional jets.
Right wing with our nose.
That's a pilot in audio we got from Live ATC saying the wing of a plane getting ready to take off hit the nose of his plane that had just landed. No passengers were hurt, but a flight attendant had a minor injury. In Indonesia, they fear they won't find any more students alive under the rubble of a school that collapsed on Monday with no signs of life anymore. 59 kids remain unaccounted for, 5 others confirmed dead. America's listening to Fox News.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term.
Dr. Halbert here. Are you tired of standing in front of the paint aisle wondering which product really works? That's exactly why I invented Blue Stop. It took me 10 years to perfect Blue Stop's unique and effective formula. As a surgeon, I saw how stiff joints, sore muscles, and body aches kept too many people from enjoying life. Blue Stop works fast, absorbs quick, and smells great. No prescription, no waiting. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. Feel the difference.
Look out, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. You know, you can download the Kimmer podcast on the Xtra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it, for crying out loud, now on Apple or Android.
Feels like there needs to be a celebration of some sort going on this morning on the Morning Extra. Los and his sweet wife released a podcast, had a goal.
Volleyballed.
3/4 of the way to the goal. And it increases as we continue this show this morning.
We just have very simple goals. We were talking about club sports. In fact, like, you're in it. We brought up you going through that process with your son and the cost of it. And we talked about it, obviously, from our perspective of having 2 girls in club sports.
Which I can't imagine.
And the feedback has already been, oh, my God, I'm glad somebody's talking about this.
Yeah.
It's what it is. When you get involved in this stuff and you start... It doesn't matter if it's band or if it's cheerleading or if it's anything else. When your child takes an interest in something and you realize it's a motivating factor for them, I don't know if there is, obviously monetarily there's going to be some limits, but you try and not have any limits, and you try and figure out how to provide everything you possibly can for that interest. I think that's just kind of a parental thing.
Nurturing.
And so from that perspective, the amount of feedback we've gotten of, I'm glad that there's other parents who feel this way. Because, as my wife put it during that podcast, it's iTunes and a couple other places. You can go over to
Spotify,
at Front Office Low, Spotify. Yeah. Hopefully YouTube today. That's the one that we're still waiting on.
Yeah.
She brought up, if you just have kids that sit on their iPads all day, then they're going to spend their life sitting on their iPads all day.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of the goal of, like, whatever that they get involved in, you want to get involved in it too.
Yeah, I think having kids active is the most important parenting decision you can make. And you're right, it doesn't matter what the activity is. It can be band, as you brought up. It could be cheerleading. It could be theater, and the drama club at school. It could be the Spanish club, the Russian-speaking language club, whatever it is. Have them be active. Have them be engaged. Have them be involved. Young Men's Service League was huge for my son, and I think they have something very similar for that for girls. That's just another volunteer opportunity. Just have your kid have their hands in a little bit of everything.
Yeah, right now my daughter, she actually has a club that she's part of, and she will, I think she has to end up volunteering for 8 hours during the school year. And at this point, it's the beta club. She's already done 4 hours.
That's cool.
Where she ended up at one point going to Cumming City Center and taking promotional pictures for the local vendors and then creating some social media for them.
That's awesome, man.
So it's like little things like that.
But that's real world.
Sure.
I mean, that's something that...
It's an application that you could hopefully use down the road. Yeah. But I'm just a big fan of keep them busy. And at the same time, when they are busy, they do listen. And so we talk about how to avoid getting in trouble in this country. It's not hard. It's like stay in school, get married, have a family.
Pretty simple recipe.
If you want to avoid being destitute in this country, because this country has so much opportunity to it, it's really just hit these 3 things. Now, do we need to make the American dream more accessible to young people? 100%. Absolutely. Had a couple of young people over at my house over the weekend. We're talking about that. There's people that are 28, 30 years old, and they're looking around going like, well, how'd you do this? I'm like, okay, it's not the same as it was 20 years ago.
But the recipe's not that much different.
With that being said, though, there is a way to not be destitute.
That's right.
And they're kind of in this thing of, I've got what I've got. I'm not having to live on the streets or in my car. At the same time, I also can't get access to some of the stuff that the older people have. And that's kind of like bridging that gap for young people right now.
And the timing of how long it takes to access some of that stuff. I would imagine it has to be a little bit discouraging, which is I think why it's so important to get kids involved in so many things. So they experience failure. They experience not being selected for whatever it is.
Yeah, disappointment.
It's let them skin their knee a little bit. That way, when they do get to the real world and they're not able to buy a house as quickly as their parents did, and they're like, man, what is it? They don't give up. They don't throw in the towel. They keep grinding. They keep their head down, and they get the job done. Eventually, it does happen. It's just a different path. But they've experienced that, so it doesn't give them the knockout punch immediately.
So I think this is going to be... It's funny to me because it was to our benefit, and it actually makes a point to young people. It's not funny to those of you who lost your business. Part of the reason why Tug and I had houses at the age that we did is because they were giving them away and eventually it crashed the entire economy.
Yeah.
And so when I try to describe that to people that are 25, 30 years old, like, hey, you remember like 07, 08 when your parents were like really having problems? Well, Tug and I were in houses and other people that we were living around were all having to give their houses up. It was like, it crashed the economy.
Yeah,
it destroyed Wall Street. That's the only reason why we happened to had homes when we were like 24 years old.
This is exactly right.
Because they were giving money away.
They made it so simple, even to people that couldn't afford it. Like
we have a pulse,
yes,
Doug?
that's right.
Okay, sign here.
Yeah, sign here. We'll give you a Fannie or Freddie loan. And, for us, we had two incomes, so that was a saving grace.
We were automatic. It was...
Yeah.
I still remember walking into... We had a townhome in Alpharetta, and the builder...
That's where we started, too. Our first was a townhome as well.
I think we were in a Pulte community, and based on the fact that my wife and I both had a pulse and were gainfully employed, and again, not crazy money either, they were like, y'all are good. It's like our application
normally
was done in 30 minutes.
They pick it up and look at it and be like, oh.
They're like, here, what do you want to buy?
Exactly.
Do you want hardwoods? What would you like? They let us customize the place based on that.
Same here, dude. It's almost identical story. Because the applications they were getting, they're like, don't have a job. No, they don't make this type income. No, not both of them are not working. Oh, we're going to give it to you.
We're going to give it to you.
But it's one of those where they...
As they slide it, they go...
Knowing.
So this is called an ARM.
Yes,
and,
right.
And I'll tell you, when they talked about predatory lending, the difference was my wife and I were able to kind of figure it out. But we also, when we signed that paperwork, we didn't know what we were getting. We really didn't.
You didn't understand the process. You didn't understand what the loans were.
We had a 5-year ARM.
Oh, my.
With a balloon payment at the end of it.
Which exploded on so many people.
And that's what ended up tanking the marketplace.
Did y'all refi before the 5 years?
No, we sold before we hit that point.
Yeah.
But also we bought that place and we bought it like in 2005. So by 2007, suddenly it's underwater by 30 or 40,000. Mm-hmm. And we had to wait basically until 2010 for it to get back to something where we could break even.
Mm.
But that's when you tell young people, you're like, yeah, I got this house and I built some equity, but it did crash the economy.
Yeah, exactly. Things were not as they seemed.
You see this house, know that the house 2 houses ago was what helped crush the economy.
That's exactly right, man. And the Democrats were just happy to do it. And the Dodd-Frank thing, goodness gracious.
Oh, so much of it. And they tried to run from it. Maxine Waters had a big part in that. So much of it was Equal Housing Act and trying to make sure that everyone was able to secure a loan. And initially it was, well, this is being done in the interest of the minority home buyer. But like all good things that you initially think this is going to work out, this is always Charlie Kirk's point about the Civil Rights Act. Civil Rights Act started being expanded and used in ways that you never thought were going to create equality in ways that never should have happened.
Imagine that, the government doing something like that.
So when I end up saying, I'm a woman, I should be in the bathroom, I'm like, I'm going to cite the Civil Rights Act.
And you have to let me.
I have equal rights to it.
I'm going to have more kids than I can afford. I'm going to have more kids. So the checks keep coming in. That was, and no, I don't have a husband. No, I don't need a husband. These checks are coming in. I'm fine.
And so much of that Fair Housing Act went from just, hey, we want to make sure that minority home buyers are able to buy homes where they want. Suddenly it changed to, well, not everybody has to qualify. In fact, the more people that do qualify and the more that are minorities, the better. And before you know it, you now create a scenario with the derivatives in the marketplace that you created a bubble that by the time these loans came due, they were defaulted on. And now here goes the economy.
Goodness, and at what a rate. I mean, it was like just a landslide.
It happened all in like a 1 to 2 month period where I just remember being at an old radio station. I was working at, it's now lovingly called Radio Korea, Quixie and Dixie. When we had a multitude of major accounts call and cancel their radio advertising, I think we lost something like $1.1 million in advertising in the span of like 24, 36 hours.
Yes.
And that's when you knew, wow, this is going to affect everything.
This is tough. This is not good.
It was wild.
And now it's...
Only COVID matches it. It's the only thing that matches it.
And that it may even trump it.
Yeah.
Just because of how crazy that was and how seemingly planned it was. I don't know. I don't know that they planned for the landslide that was the housing crisis. Doesn't change the fact that they set it up and the policies were terrible and it caused it. It just didn't have the prior planning behind it, I don't think, as much as COVID. God, what a disaster. Man, like every time Democrats get in charge, there is a disaster on the... We're right on the ledge.
That's what I talk to young people about. Like, listen, a lot of this stuff is just bad policy. And when you attempt to change it, that is when the real fight begins. And you're going to see that over the course of your life. The amount of times we're going to say... Like, at some point, my kids are going to go, how did Obamacare get into play? And I'll have to say, well, we were sold a bag of lies.
Again.
And people bought into it. And then when it launched the very first week, the website didn't work. And
that was such an embarrassment.
I'm going to go through this history, and they're going to look back and say, really? Like, y'all tried to do this? Like, we didn't try to do anything. It was forced upon us. In fact, if you remember, Obamacare was beaten in the Senate.
Yes.
And what happened was, because of a special election, remember, it was Ted Kennedy's seat. It went to a Republican in Massachusetts on a special election. Massachusetts voted to make sure that the Democrats did not have the votes to pass Obamacare. So Nancy Pelosi deemed it to have passed.
Yes.
It was a giant sham.
Yeah, of course it was.
And so, yeah, when you explain this history to people,
a lot of people forget. I think it's easy because you're not getting the news at night ain't reminding you of that stuff because they're in full support. And remember Pajama Boy?
Yes, having his coffee in his pajamas. How you too can get your health care right here over your computer.
So lame. But that's the thing, that the Democrats never let the facts get in the way. They never let the truth be told. If it's going to get in the way, they don't care about any of that stuff.
No, we're seeing this play out once again. The news media went on an all-out offensive yesterday, and we saw it across the board where it was, the Republicans keep bringing up that we're trying to take away health care from illegal, and that's we're not trying to get health care for illegals. And then all the information started to get out there as far as what's in the bill and what's going on in these individual states. And what it really gets down to, it only takes a minute to read through any of this stuff. It only takes a few seconds to go on X or anywhere else if you'd like to, mostly X, and go, all right, so what's in play here? And to think that the truth, facts, no longer matter. I mean, it's a reason why you still have people that firmly believe Charlie Kirk was killed by a MAGA guy. Like, what have you not paid any attention to this? But we're in this world now where if you choose to partake in facts, good, you know where to get them. Here's right in front of me. Here's X. Yeah. Here's I can go and get both sides of a discussion, read up on it, and then have an idea. But if you don't, you can live in a world of make-a-believe.
One that you never get outside of the bubble, you never touch grass, you never breathe fresh air.
You can do it.
And plenty of people do.
Sure.
You talked about it earlier.
It's more comfortable.
Well, you talked about it the way we started the segment. If you just sit behind your iPad and you live in that fake world, that make-believe world, you can be convinced of anything. And that's even the Charlie Kirk shooter was convinced of all kinds of things that weren't so because he lived in that bubble. Facts never came into play. There was not a chance that he was going out to get information except for the places that feed him exactly what he wanted to hear.
If you happen to think that somebody is evil, it's not hard. Go to Mother Jones. Sit on Reddit. Sit on Reddit all day.
Exactly right. They will tell you they will confirm any delusion you have.
I mean, I'm fairly certain by the time that we hit 2028, and sometimes I'd say, like, write this down. This one's a long-term play. This one's going to be problematic. They're going to convince you that J.D. Vance is not only racist, but that he grew up in privilege. Okay? They have a Hollywood movie showing you otherwise. His wife is of Indian descent. Yet, by the time we get to 2028, it'll be white guy, privilege, grew up as a racist. He's totally racist.
Mm-hmm. You know, the people that grew up in Kentucky and West Virginia.
They're all racist.
Coal miners, they're a bunch of racists.
Bunch of racists.
Every one of them.
Yes, he's so racist.
Yeah, that he married an Indian woman.
Yes. his children.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's a deal.
Of course.
Reality, facts, no longer get in the way of a narrative. In fact, the narrative is everything. The narrative is all the Democrats right now have in this shutdown. That's why the media went, so hard for about 7 or 8 hours yesterday before finally all you had to do was click on the information. And here it is. It's directly right in front of me. Subtitle B, Health, Chapter 1, Medicaid, Section 71109, Alien Medicaid Eligibility.
Reckon why that's in there? Because they've told you over and over again, no one's
illegal is getting these benefits.
It's illegal. How in the world would they do that? The same way they get driver's licenses, the same way they get Social Security numbers, and the same way that you pay for their health care.
This was done. It's in here as Subtitle E, Other Health Provisions. It is getting rid of a previous law so that people that are illegally here can get health care. It only takes a minute to read about it. Yet,
if you choose to.
Caitlin Collins and the rest of the world want to tell me that that's not the case. What, because of your talking points said so for the Democrats?
Well, yeah, it's written down right here.
How about just read it? It's right in front of you. That's right. Are you telling me facts don't matter to the point where I can...
Yes.
If I slapped you in the face, Tug, and told you I slapped you in the face, would you go, yeah, that wasn't a slap?
That
was a wind.
Yes. Nothing happened here. Nothing to see.
If you punched me in the gut and said, hey, man, I just tapped you on the shoulder. It's like, no, you did?
But you have to want...
You're right. You tapped me on the shoulder. Why does my gut hurt?
Yeah, that's right. But you have to want to know the truth.
Yes.
And my dear Aunt Peg, who I had to mute on social media, the old snooze for 30 days, she doesn't want to know the truth. She would rather revel and be furious and be seething and be angry with the narrative than go, oh, well, that's what it actually is. You don't even have to be, and you don't even have to be angry anymore. You could not be angry for a few minutes, but she is so captivated by the narrative and so uninterested in the truth, in the facts, in the reality. And there's so many people out there that are like that. Maybe you've had to snooze a few people on social media too. When we come back on Xtra 106.3, the lesson a former Democrat learned about that lovable left. Next on the Morning Xtra, Tug and Los until 10.
Get connected to Xtra 106.3 on all your favorite apps. Then download ours and stream the station across Georgia. We're live online at extra1063.com. Stream live video from the studios on YouTube. And of course, Kimmer, Bortz, and your favorite Xtra shows in crystal clear digital on the Xtra 106.3 app.
While fall temperatures are cooling down, the action in the stadium and on the field is really heating up. If you find yourself in hot water from too much celebrating during the game, it's important to know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds. We handle bonds for those at the bends to those who celebrate action between the hedges. At A Second Chance, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Backyard, ballpark, or campsite. If there's fire, you can grill. At Southern Thunder Barbecue School, our Grill with the Pros class puts you in the action. In just 4 hours, you'll master steakhouse quality steaks, thick cut pork chops, chicken quarters, veggie kebabs, and wings. A hands-on training under the tutelage of barbecue grand champions. When the cooking is complete, you'll feast. Don't just grill like a pro. Register now at southernthunderbbq.com. That's southernthunderbbq.com.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Oh no, what is that sound?
It's our rejection detection system. It's showing that several men across Georgia are being denied intimacy by their partners due to ED.
How can this be?
Well, it's more common than you think. As men age, their bodies change. And unfortunately, once they get over 50, some things don't work like they used to.
So what do we do?
There's only one thing to do. We need to get them to Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. He can fix ED problems.
But how?
At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, they are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, and Trimex to create an erection and more.
Hi, this is Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 struggle with some form of ED? Guys, it won't get better on its own. When it's not hard, it's really hard. But I can help you today. Call us at Total Body Therapy of Georgia at 404-777-1911 or learn more about us online at tbtofga.com.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. They haven't served on city council, been mayors, spent a couple of terms in the state legislature. Now, a number of media and sports personalities are running for Congress. Heavenly Kimes, a popular personality from Bravo's hit reality series Married to Medicine, is running for Congress. Mark Teixeira played 14 years in the major leagues for the Texas Rangers, Atlanta Braves, Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and New York Yankees. He is now looking to represent the Lone Star State in Congress. Derek Dooley coached football for 30 years and headed the football program at the University of Tennessee. He's now aiming to unseat Democratic Georgia Senator John Ossoff next fall. Jay Feely is a former CBS host and kicked for 14 years in the NFL. He's now running for Congress in Arizona. Current Missouri Republican Mark Alford was a TV anchor. Same with GOP Iowa Representative Ashley Henson, and she's now running for the Senate. Late Hall of Fame Major League Baseball pitcher Jim Bunning represented Kentucky in both the House and Senate. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
Brave teenagers from Utah who kicked down a door to save some dogs from a burning house makes today's Dean's List. The fast-moving fire destroyed several homes on the block with smoke everywhere, but several friends worked together to try and save people and their pets from the flames. One of the teenagers say they didn't hesitate, jumping over the fence to see if they could help. There was a vehicle in one driveway, but no one coming out, so they rushed over and started banging on the door. Looking through the window, they saw a dog inside and decided to go in and rescue him. They were able to force the door open since it was locked, and security footage shows 2 dogs being saved. The owners of the pets were not home, but they were so grateful to the teens for saving their beloved dogs. The brave teenagers, meanwhile, say seeing how grateful everyone was made their risky decision so worthwhile. Janice Dean, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. A Cobb County woman has been arrested for setting fire to a church in Austell. Aries Jordan is charged with arson and terroristic threats. Police say she intentionally set fire to the Prayer City Eagles Chapel on Monday night, causing about $4 million in damage. She's also accused of sending threatening messages to the pastor of the church. Cobb County students once again posted the highest SAT scores in Metro Atlanta, with an average of 1,116 out of 1,600. The district improved by 11 points over last year and outperformed Atlanta, DeKalb, Fulton, and Marietta City schools. Top schools included Walton at 1260 and Lassiter at 1206, both ranking among the best in the state. And Town Center Community Improvement District Director Tracy Stiff has been named 2025 Citizen of the Year by the Smyrna Area Council. Stiff has secured over $130 million in grants for projects like the Skip Span Connector and Noonday Creek Trail. The portfolio now includes 15 active projects focusing on transportation, public spaces, and regional connectivity. Today's weather clear and sunny with highs in the mid-70s. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern. SouthernExteriors.co is the place you can go to reach out to those guys, get you a good project done, get the facelift on the outside of your home. CO is the website. Go check them out. If there's ever been a title that was not deserved, it is the lovable left.
Can I point this out to you this way? I was thinking about how you and I, who have a conservative view of this world, largely we ask for one thing. Just leave me alone. And at the same time, we also say, hey, I want you to be left alone so that you have self-determination. So that whatever God has intended for you, you can reach that goal. Some people will stay out of your way. Don't throw obstacles in front of people. And I think that that's compassion. Does that mean that I'm saying, hey, I'm going to donate all this to you? Well, I mean, maybe that's the case. Does it mean that I want you to have a hand up? Well, I don't want you to take a hand out.
Sure.
And so I think that that's compassion. What has gone on that we've seen on the left has been compassion with caveats. I'm going to tell you that I care about you, but I need your vote. I'm going to tell you that I support your cause, but I need your vote. I mean, one of the things that we've seen in the last couple of months, Tug, was when voting organizations stopped pursuing young black men and Hispanic men because they started looking at the data and they're going, they're voting for the Republicans. They're not voting for us. Let's stop going and trying to register them.
That's right.
It was caring with a caveat.
That's right. If you don't vote for us, we don't want you voting.
Whereas my caring is, I just want you to be the best version of you, and however I can help support that or make that happen.
Yeah, whatever that looks like.
I'd like to do that for you.
Even if I vehemently disagree with it.
Right.
I want you to be left alone.
The rising tide. It's going to lift all boats. We've talked about how we joked around about it after Donald Trump got into office. I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming to prominence. You may not like it. You may not want it. I'm going to do that for you. What is it that Donald Trump said about women? We're going to make sure they're safe, even if they don't want us to do it. It's like,
which sounds absurd.
Yes. It's like, we're going to get men out of your bathrooms, ladies. I don't want that. Well, it's going to happen. I'm going to bring you kicking and screaming to security. That's what we're going to do. So I want you to listen, though, to Joe Rogan. So I think he's having some red pill moments in his life over the last several years. The CNN stuff with ivermectin and getting over COVID, I think that was a big one.
That's eye-opening.
If you don't know the story, Joe Rogan, he posted a video to basically explain that he was having an upcoming comedy show coming up, but that, hey, guys, I just want to let you know what's going on. He's like, I have COVID. I'm feeling pretty good after 24 hours. I took all this stuff, but because of the club policy, I won't be able to make that show. So just explaining to fans, hey, you wanted to come watch, here's the reason why I can't do it.
Don't want to disappoint you, but here's why you're going to be.
CNN took his video that he put out there and put a green filter on it so that he looked sick. And why did they do that? Because in part he brought up, they gave me ivermectin, gave me a C-pack. He lined out all the stuff his doctor had provided him. And that started then the discussion of, well, he's taking horse paste. He's like, no, you idiots. It was given to me by a doctor. There's a billion doses of ivermectin that have been given to people all across the world. It's got a Nobel Peace Prize attached to it for its discovery. Okay? Like that, it's safer than Tylenol. Now that we actually have talked about Tylenol.
No kidding.
Just so you know. But so now take a listen to Joe Rogan, who, after the Charlie Kirk assassination, and he was inundated on social media with the response from the left, listen to how he now views them.
We're getting numb as a society of seeing people die.
Well, the Charlie Kirk thing opened up my eyes.
Yeah.
I never expected so many people would celebrate that man's murder.
That is evil. That's
bizarre. It's just bizarre. Like normal people that I think they're good people, and they genuinely think that guy was a bad guy, and I don't think they're right, and I think they were indoctrinated. And I don't agree with everything that Charlie Kirk said or did.
I don't care if he was a bad guy or not.
He's not a bad guy.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anybody die.
First of all, he's your age, right?
Yeah.
30. He's a young guy, right? And he would go around to college campuses and have arguments with people or have discussions with people, have debates with people. Yeah. But it infuriated people because they felt like this guy is going against the progress that was being made in society. But what he did not feel like was progress. Like, it was a progressive agenda that was being pushed in most college campuses. It's a leftist, Marxist sort of agenda. He didn't feel like that was the correct way to live, and he felt like he had arguments against it, and he wanted, and it was, it's a business too, right? Like, he developed this big social media platform because of it, and I don't, like I said, I don't agree. I don't think some of the things he said he should have said, but the fact that people were cheering when he died, normal people, housewives, moms, like people working at banks, people working at various industries, celebrating a man getting shot in front of his kids, in front of the whole world.
That's evil.
What the is wrong with us?
It's just really weird now.
That's the loving left.
A title they do not deserve. Because
just how would you ever celebrate something in that regard? It's revealing that, again, it's compassion with a caveat. As long as you vote, as long as you do as I say, listen, you're in my sweet nurturing bosom.
That's right.
But you're in our club. But the minute you step out,
and you don't have to step far. It can be just across the line.
And even such a thing as a public death, an assassination, is not beyond our celebration.
That's awful.
That's what Joe Rogan found out. That's what shocked him. That's what surprised him as a guy who grew up with hippie parents. He's adamant about, this is how I grew up. This is what I believe in. And it's this red pill moment for him of, oh my God, maybe these are bad people.
They are in many cases. But there are those people that just get sucked up into this because they hear it so much it becomes truth to them that Charlie Kirk was bad, that Charlie Kirk was evil. And then they hear something that happened to him and they're like, well, good, he deserved it. There's that part of me that believes there's an element of those people who have no idea what Charlie Kirk stood for. The only thing that they heard is what MSNBC reported or the Washington Post or whatever their social media follows. And they would give you out of context things that Charlie said. So then the presentation is negative, and you see this and you're like, well, he deserved it. Then if they took 5 seconds to go and listen to in context what he actually said, you didn't have to agree with him all the time. Joe Rogan said he didn't agree with him all the time. But did he deserve to be murdered in cold blood in front of his family? Seems like a stretch.
And I think this is also important to point out. When a guy shoots on an ICE facility and then decides to shoot himself, I'm like, well, that's too bad. I also don't equate that to the same thing as a man who's looking to have public debates being murdered in front of his family. Yeah, it's ending the same way. It's not the same thing.
And the person
I could have a lack of compassion for that guy who's trying to kill as many people as possible and think that he got what he deserved by his own hand, and also think that somebody else who has a completely different set of politics to me being murdered in front of his family is a tragedy.
It is, certainly. But I would even say about the person that offed themselves at the ICE facility, how brave are you really? That you took the easy way out. You know what I mean? You didn't have the courage of your convictions to stand up and say, yeah, I did that, and here's why.
We did the story time on John Brown. This isn't a John Brown move. John Brown he had such convictions as a person who was an abolitionist and an abolitionist terrorist. That's the reality of it. The man was a butcher at times. But he was going to stand there and tell you why he did it.
That's exactly right.
He was going to take responsibility for it.
The person that offed themselves at the ICE facility, they didn't. They don't have the courage.
That's what the left is trying to currently push. I mean, have you followed any of the Routh trial?
Yeah.
That
when
man
he's trying to stab himself in the neck and his daughter's all melting down.
That man actually tried to say that because he never got a shot off at Donald Trump, it wasn't an assassination attempt. I'm like, come on, brother.
What would you describe it as other than that?
I mean, you actually set up a sniper's nest and you stayed there for 10 hours waiting for the guy.
What do you describe that as if it's not an assassination attempt? Give me some sort of reasonable answer.
I'm just waiting for, because this isn't stopping. We explain why. They look at it as righteous violence. This is not stopping. Tell me who's going to be the person who actually attempts to, let's say, take a shot at a nice facility and then stands there and be like, I did it.
And here's
now,
why.
Now let's have a public trial, and I'll describe exactly why I did it.
That's exactly right, man. And the people that are doing it, that are offering themselves, they are so convinced that they're doing the right thing, but they don't. They clearly don't have the courage to stand up to the American people and tell you to your face, this is why I did what I did. Like it or not, I don't care. I believe I'm right, and I'll go to trial to prove it.
Because you can be misguided. And oftentimes that's just a perception of what your reality is versus what somebody else's reality is. But if you do have that love and compassion that we started talking about in this segment, what is lacking often at times, then even if you are misguided, then you can argue for your love and your compassion, whatever it is. If that person who is accused of shooting Charlie Kirk was to get up on a stand and say, the reason I did it is because I was doing it for trans rights, I believe in, okay, go ahead and as it stands right now, we don't have any information other than I didn't do it.
Yeah, that's his defense. Yeah.
You know?
And I'm sure his lawyer's giving him that direction because compassion, as we talk about the loving left, compassion can be tough love. Sure. Compassion can make you, like with your children. Let's say you got an adult child and they just continue to drive into the ditch. Instead of rescuing them, at some point you let them drive into the ditch, you let them suffer the consequences to help them learn something, to hopefully improve them, to be a better person. That's also compassion.
That's caring. That's what...
Because learning a lesson is valuable. It will serve you the rest of your life.
I have had to say this in front of my wife at times. Because sometimes we disagree on what the response should be to a particular scenario. And I have told her before, if you do that, you are handicapping that child. It's like, now...
And it's very natural to want to do that. To want to save them from themselves.
To want to save them from themselves. Or to alibi for whatever the experience they're having.
Mm-hmm.
And as I remember having this discussion with a friend of ours, and she was telling me about how there are players on their volleyball team that the coaches know they can't coach them hard, that they have issues with it. They just don't respond to it well. And I think good coaching is there's certain players you can coach this way, there's certain ones you can't.
Which is which.
But when you make it a point, when that player needs that tough love or needs that scolding or needs that correction, but you don't do it because you worry about them, you've handicapped them for their future.
That's right.
Especially if they have college aspirations.
I agree. Because they're going to face this again.
Because they're going to get it.
That's right.
They're going to hear it. Like, if you don't coach them hard, or if you can't coach them at all now, just wait. You're handicapping them for the future.
Or even worse, the parents are the reason you don't coach them hard. So you're handicapping them because of the parents.
It's why we have this. It's not like an epidemic level, but you did have this talked about a lot of the older portions of Gen Z who were bringing parents into the office place for different salary negotiations or job interviews and things like that.
Absurd.
I'm like, that's as much on the parents for not understanding that you handicapped that kid.
Why in the world would you agree to that?
Why did you not let baby bird leave the nest in the way that you did? I just think compassion sometimes, like as you said, it's tough love at times.
It is.
But compassion it should not come with caveats.
Morning Extra at Xtra 106.3. 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. Turning Point USA has come up with an idea. They don't like the Super Bowl halftime show, so they may do their own. Next on Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to Extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Thursday, October 2nd. The Major League Baseball playoffs continue today with some elimination games. Cleveland hosts Detroit this afternoon in a do-or-die game. That will start at 3 o'clock. Then later on, the same goes for the Chicago Cubs. They host the San Diego Padres. Loser goes home long first pitch is set for 5 o'clock, and the New York Yankees host the Boston Red Sox. That game will decide whose season comes to an end. That game will start at 8 p.m. As for the LA Dodgers, they eliminated the Cincinnati Reds last night, 8-4 the final. The Dodgers will now face the Philadelphia Phillies starting on Saturday. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? You know, my buddy Jeff, the owner of Peach State Windows, he's been taking care of Georgia homeowners for almost 50 years. That's 5 decades of knowing exactly how to protect our homes from Georgia's heat and storms and everything else Mother Nature throws at us. When it comes to siding, these are the guys you want. Now, you're going to see ads from other companies waving around but look like the same kind of special offers and deals. Well, don't be fooled. Nobody brings the experience and quality that Jeff's team does. And right now, they've got an incredible deal. 1,000 square feet of durable hardy plank siding installed for just $49.95. Yep, 1,000 square feet of siding for under $5,000. On top of that, with good credit, you can take advantage of no money down and 0% financing for 12 months. Don't forget, say Kimmer sent you. You'll unlock special savings just for Extra 106.3 listeners. Check them out today. PeachStateWindows.com. Again, that's PeachStateWindows.com.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well, because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretired.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Pete Davis here, and football is in full swing. And Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money all season long. And the best part, you can play right now here in Georgia. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite player is going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, passing yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I play too. This season, I'm looking at Michael Penix Jr. to go higher on touchdown projections and Drake London to go higher on receiving yards. It's simple, it's fun, and it keeps me locked into every play. Download the app today and sign up with promo code 1063 to score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1063. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 plus and present in Georgia. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions, so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Securing America. A recent Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee hearing examined the impact that security issues in Europe's Black Sea region have on American security. Montana Republican Senator Steve Daines.
The Black Sea holds many of the keys for European security and U.S. national interests.
Much of the discussion centered on Russia's desire to further spread its influence throughout that region and the best way to prevent that. Catherine Sendak is a transatlantic and defense security expert.
Provide sustained U.S. leadership in the region, including engagement, presence, and assist our Black Sea NATO allies to further cooperation to bring unified security.
Senator Daines adding, history has already taught us what happens in Europe does not stay there.
2 world wars have proven that fact. The United States must lead the rest of the world in fighting back against the encroachment of our adversaries.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The story is the reaction to what really truly happened and how these people are being successful getting the mainstream media and the social media to turn against conservative movement in this country and attack us for what happened to Charlie Kirk and blame that as an excuse for cracking down on free speech.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Just a little bit left of the Morning Extra. We appreciate you being here. Tug and Los until 10. I just saw something that Angel Face put out. And
Anna Paulina Luna?
Exactly, just in case anybody don't know who Angel Face is. She said this could be Photoshop. She's not sure. Is Lisa's presentation.
She's not sure.
Yeah.
She is funny.
Yeah, she's hysterical, man. A lovely lady and really funny. And it's J.D. Vance yesterday at the White House press briefing. And he's in the moment where he's telling the reporters, if they open up the government, we promise no more sombrero and mustache memes of Hakeem Jeffries. And somebody's photoshopped a sombrero and mustache on J.D. Vance as he's delivering that message, which is so good. You can look for it. Anna Paulina Luna is who shared it. And Jack Posobiec quote tweets and said, this is real footage.
And she finds it funny.
That's right.
Like we all mostly do.
That's exactly right. That's the whole point.
It would just be the best way to cap off the week if he just came out in a sombrero and a mustache like it's his birthday at a Mexican restaurant.
You wanna talk about stopping the earth from spinning. The Democrats would have a meltdown like you've never seen before in your entire life if he were to do it, which is the reason it's a good idea.
Really think I want to, we have a meeting tomorrow. I really think I want to wear a sombrero.
I don't know why you wouldn't. Did you get the one that you were looking to order?
No.
Okay, well, this is going to be tough then.
But now I'm going to go find one.
Yeah, right. The fact that I'll
be right back with you.
Yeah. The fact that he is, that somebody has shared this, and I guarantee you J.D. Vance sees it and goes, It's funny because we have a sense of humor and the left doesn't. They just don't. They don't know how to laugh. Everything is life or death. Everything is the worst of all time. There's never a moment when humor is allowed. You can't do it. Dude, what is
another touch here on this? She actually changed her Twitter profile picture to her wearing a sombrero.
Oh, even better. Even better. So I love it. I don't know what you're just looking at, Los, on that you're shopping there, but there was some sunglasses. That picture's fantastic.
That's a pretty funny picture that she's wearing. See, I don't want a straw sombrero.
But the one that roll back up, it was the one with the sunglasses that everything's connected to it. It's actually a pair of sunglasses, and then it's a makeshift sombrero and a mustache that just hangs down below the lenses of the sunglasses.
See, you got to understand, Tug. I know you didn't grow up in Texas, so this is a little bit different to you.
For sure.
But within the culture, your wealth is reflected by your quality of sombrero.
You've told me this before, yes.
So if you're just wearing a straw sombrero, you're
low end.
Yeah. Whereas if you've got a really nice, good-looking sombrero,
well kept,
right,
not crushed,
right. They have the discussion point in Texas: big hat, no cattle.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, they don't do that in Mexican culture. It's like you can't wear a big, crazy sombrero and not have some money, right?
Yes, that's right.
If you want to wear a straw sombrero,
that's where I am. I grew up
just
straw
a common
sombrero.
man. Look how common man that would look.
See, I would want that to be the one I would want.
I want the authentic adult one. I want that one.
That actually looks really
cool. That one looks like I'm ready to play some music or something.
Dude, that thing looks cool. I love it.
In fact, that one's $75.
Yeah, that's legit.
I've never spent more than like $25 on a hat.
The one that I said I wanted is only $13.77.
Yeah, that's the straw one.
Yes, that's what it is.
It's the same principle as like a belt buckle that you're supposed to win a belt buckle at a rodeo.
Yeah,
you're gonna walk around with a big one like that.
That's
right. You can't just have one that you bought. It's got to be earned.
That's right. Yeah, for a real cowboy, for sure. Now, if you just go to Nashville, there's plenty of shops that'll sell you one.
Oh, now this one says "Dress Up America." It's like I want to dress up sombrero. I want a good sombrero.
That's right, man.
Yeah, these are not easy to find.
No,
you might think to yourself, "Oh, it's just a sombrero, Los. What's the big deal?" It's got to be the right one. Like I don't want to look like the Three Amigos, but I kind of want to look like the Three Amigos.
Yeah, at least you want to have that authenticity to it.
I want to look like Happy Day.
One of those ones made out of a tortilla chip. Put some salsa in there. Guacamole.
That'd be it. That'd be the one. A lot of people are not crazy about the Super Bowl halftime show. Well, yeah, imagine that. That's every year, right? People are not happy about it. And I'm no Bad Bunny fan either.
Bad Bunny.
He's Bad Bunny. No, like he's weird and odd to me for my taste. But I'll admit some of his music's good. I dig it. But not crazy about him. So Turning Point USA had this idea. They were like, what if we do counter programming? What if we do our own halftime show?
What if we have a worse idea?
Or, it depends on how you look at it, we'll let you, Actually, we'll play them. Let you decide if it's.
And that's
better.
what they're going to see with Go Broke when people complain about this, and they're not. They're going to try and internationalize or whatever, but they're going to lose American audience.
But this is the one pushback to that is to Jack's point. They've imported the international audience into our domestic audience.
But when you have a popular vote winner in Donald Trump and a demand for immigration,
the response is simple here: bring on Creed. We need Creed. We need Scott Stapp. We need them flying down from the rafters. The greatest halftime show that has ever taken place.
Let me give the audience
which wasn't even a Super Bowl show, by the way.
Let me give the audience.
That was the peak of America.
All right, hold on,
2004.
Let me give the audience a little context. Jack,
Super Bowl,
in response to this, tweeted out something along the lines, there's only one response, we need Creed. I'm literally, it's because, you know,
by the way, I did not have approval from TPUSA.
No, so this one's hilarious. I'm getting multiple inquiries from from the media right
so
now
have I.
saying, I would like a comment on, is Turning Point planning a competing, are they planning a competing halftime show with Creed? And I was like, well, I wasn't.
But now, maybe I will. And that's so funny because I've never been a Creed guy per se. I think because this is almost so absurd that it makes it funny to me.
So they're referencing 2004 Dallas Cowboys halftime show for Thanksgiving, which was just a ridiculous display of Man Olympics and Creed and football jerseys.
Let's go.
To the point where it's just embarrassing that occurred. Like, they don't highlight the Dolly Parton show.
Yeah.
They don't do Kid Rock or when Post Malone played. They don't do any of those. They point out Creed.
Yeah.
From that particular Cowboy team.
And I think that's the beauty in it because it's so ridiculous. It's so absurd. Like, you put the most absurd thing against what you believe is the most absurd thing in Bad Bunny.
Well, you'd have to bring back the bald guy with the wings that was flying around. You'd have to go the whole way.
Dude.
Commit to the bit.
It'd be so funny. It would be so funny.
See, I'm offended by this because I lived it. I watched
had to tolerate it.
I watched it
in real time.
As somebody who didn't care for anything about Creed, going, this is what's happening. And at the time, like, I was covering the team, but I used to care a lot more about it. Like, I'd be personally offended if they lost a game on Sunday.
Yeah.
When that happened, that might have ended that.
Yeah.
Like, that hurt me in a way. Like that.
I can't recover from this wound.
And the 07 divisional playoffs against the Giants pretty much changed how I feel about that team. Creed and Eli Manning did it to me.
I got to tell you, man, Creed, it's funny and absurd. All due respect to Dolly, but when she got out there in the Dallas cheerleaders outfit like 2 or 3 years ago, I was like,
and she was holding on to the rail, and I love Dolly. She is a national treasure. Dolly Parton is. It wasn't a good look.
But it was still Dolly.
It was right. It was, and not Creed.
And that's fine.
Yeah, because Dolly carries authenticity. Dolly carries that's the best way to put it. Authenticity.
Jerry Jones has been after her for 3 decades.
If
probably.
Dolly Parton got up on stage and she wasn't wearing like a cowboy cheerleader costume, everyone would be like, is she dying? Like, there'd be something wrong with it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Dolly. That's her bit. I'm all for it. I'm all here. All for it.
Love Dolly.
I'm telling you, that Creed show,
it was tough.
That hurt me somewhere inside.
You're still bleeding. You ain't got it healed up
and
yet.
Here I got Turning Point USA, and they're just sitting there mocking me.
We're gonna bring it back.
They're bringing it back. Peak America. I'm like, no, it wasn't.
No, but that's the thing that I think is so funny is they believe that Bad Bunny is such a clown show that they will go get Creed, the one that's making Los bleed to this day, and counter program with it.
Do it in Jerry World.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Super Bowl's in San Francisco. Dallas is going to see a show.
That's right. What are you looking up?
I'm just looking at through the years who they've had, like Jessica Simpson's. What? See, that's a look at. It's like 01.
Yeah.
Creed halftime.
Scott Stapp, I love it. Los will continue to bleed. We're going to try to patch him up and turn this thing over to the...
I had Toby Keith in 03.
Oh, that's big time.
Gave me Creed.
Yeah.
And Destiny's Child in 04.
For Los and Dre, I'm telling you. Y'all come back now, you.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.